Chapter 142. Tit for tat. Human King Realm? The spacious hall suddenly descended into silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on the few people who had been killed by Wang Yuanxing in one move, as well as Wang Yuanxing, whose aura was like a mountain. Among the people who had left, there were a few ninth-stage Yang Realm experts. However, they were unable to resist Wang Yuanxing's attack. Only a human monarch could achieve such a feat. Everyone knew that after the corporeal Yang Realm was the Zhao King Realm. The Zhao King Realm was divided into three sub-realms: the Human King Realm, the Earth King Realm, and the Heavenly King Realm. Wang Yuanxing had undoubtedly reached the Human King Realm. If Wang Yuanxing was only at the half-step to Yang Corporeal Realm, they would not be afraid. However, it was a different story if he was at the Human King Realm. There were only two experts above the Human King Realm in the entire Tongjia city. They were Gu Tian and Gu Lai from the City Lord's office. Now, there was another one. It was Wang Yuanxing from the Wang family. Since the Castellan's palace had never interfered with the conflicts of the factions in the city, Wang Yuanxing could be considered the number one person among all the factions in Rot-Tan Armor City. How is it? Do I have the qualifications to do so now? Let me tell you the truth. The Qin family has already formed an alliance with our Wang family. With the alliance between our two families, I'm afraid that other than the City Master's office, there really isn't anyone who can go against us. Furthermore, the City Master's office usually doesn't care about these trivial matters, so I advise everyone to be sensible. Looking at the people around him, Wang Yuanxing's face became extremely cold, and his tail was finally exposed. This time, no one retorted. Everyone's expression was ugly. They knew that if they didn't agree today, their fate would be the same as those people from before. The scene suddenly became incomparably silent. The atmosphere was strange, and no one dared to make sound. A smile appeared on Wang Yuanxing's face. He was quite satisfied with the deterrence effect. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Patriarch Wang is indeed ambitious. However, we, the Zhou family, are not interested in the alliance, so we will take our leave now. Zhou, Xiangding, and the members of the Zhou family behind him slowly stood up and half-heartedly cupped their hands at Wang Yuanxing. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, they directly walked out, completely disregarding Wang Yuanxing. Had the Zhou family gone crazy? This was the thought that popped up in everyone's mind. In the middle of the hall, Wang Yuanxing's face gradually darkened. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Yuanxing did not flare up on the spot. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He, the head of the Zhou family, is indeed bold. I, Wang Yuanxing, am not a calculated person, but... Wang Yuanxing suddenly paused, and the coldness on his face intensified. However, the reason I formed the alliance is to align the interests of Tongjia City. The Zhou family can naturally withdraw, but you must hand over all the properties under the Zhou family's name. Only then will there be no conflicts of interest in the future, and unnecessary conflicts can be avoided. Zhou Xiangding's expression was as calm as water. He raised his head slightly and stared indifferently at Wang Yuanxing. What if I don't hand it over? You don't hand it over? Then I'm afraid the Zhou family will not be able to walk out of this hall today. When Wang Yuanxing finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. It was like a towering mountain, pressing down on everyone around him until they could not breathe. Feeling the undisguised killing intent on Wang Yuanxing's face, everyone knew that the Zhou family would not be able to walk out of the Wang residence today. Since the Zhou family dared to attend today's banquet, we naturally have the confidence to leave. Is the Human King Realm that great? Zhou Xiangding's indifferent voice slowly rang out, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He took a step forward, and an aura that was no weaker than Wang Yuanxing's surged out. His aura was no weaker than Wang Yuanxing's at this moment. Oh my God, another Human King Realm. Today I've seen two Human Kings. Just as Zhou Xiangding's aura burst out, the hall instantly erupted into an uproar. Numerous shocked gazes were focused on the former. Only now did they understand why the Zhuo family was not afraid of the Chun and Wang families joining forces. It turned out that the Zhuo family also had a human king realm expert. Zhuo Xiangding has also entered the human king realm. Facing Zhuo Xiangding's surging aura, the people from the Wang and Chun families were also shocked. Obviously, this unforeseen event had greatly exceeded their expectations. No wonder the head of the Zhuo family has been so calm since the beginning. It turns out that he has also entered the human king realm. Wang Yuanxing's eyes were fixed on Zhuo Xiangding, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect Zhuo Xiangding to also be a human king realm expert. This was something he had not expected. At this moment, he also felt that the Zhuo family's problem had become extremely troublesome. However, thinking of the many preparations he had made, Wang Yuanxing's heart calmed down a little. After all, the Zhuo family was going to be wiped out today. After all, the Zhuo family now had the strength to threaten the Wang family. Therefore, the killing intent in his heart became even more intense. He understood that if the Zhuo family was allowed to grow, there would be endless trouble in the future. This Zhuo family must be eliminated as soon as possible. Zhuo Xiangding, do you really think that just because you have entered the human king realm, your Zhuo family can contend with our Wang family? Perhaps you've miscalculated. Speaking of this, Wang Yuanxing suddenly cast a sidelong glance at a corner of the hall. Immediately after, he cupped his hands respectfully and said, "It seems that this time, we still need Senior Lu's help." Everyone was stunned when they heard these words. Even Zhuo Xiangding's expression changed. He immediately turned his gaze towards that spot, only to see a human figure wrapped in a black robe quietly sitting in the corner. Hee. I really did not expect things to develop to this point. However, it's just as well. I also want to find a Zhuo family and settle the old and new grudges together. The black-robed man's voice was quite eerie, and it made people's hair stand on end. Boom! The black-robed man slowly stood up. Suddenly, countless wisps of black gas spread out from his black robe, forming a huge black skull above his head. At the same time, an aura that was even more powerful than Zhuo Xiangding's and Wang Yuanxing's gushed out from his body. The powerful aura was like a mountain. Under this pressure, everyone in the hall felt a sense of suffocation. Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. They did not expect that there would be a human king realm expert in the hall. Moreover, this mysterious expert's strength was even stronger than that of Wang Yuanxing and Zhuo Xiangding. A profound human king realm expert. Zhuo Xiangding looked at the powerful aura of the black-robed man. His pupils could not help but shrink, and he blurted out involuntarily. The Zhao King realm was divided into 3 realms. They were the human king realm, the earth king realm, and the heavenly king realm. Within the 3 realms, each realm was divided into initial, profound, and complete realms. As Zhuo Xiangding and Wang Yuanxing had just entered the human king realm, they had only reached the initial human king realm. However, the black-robed man in front of them was different. He had reached the profound human king realm. Although there was only 1 realm between them, the difference in strength between them was huge. If Zhuowen were here, he would be shocked. He had heard from Lu Jiwen that their ancestors' strength was only around the half-step Zhao King realm. However, it seemed that this information was not correct. The black-robed man in front of them was the ancestor of the Lu family. His cultivation had reached the profound human king realm, which was far beyond the half-step Zhao King realm. Hee. You must be the current family head of the Yawa family. You are quite insightful to be able to see my current realm. I can give you a chance. If you surrender to me and hand over the Zhuo family to me, I can consider not killing you. The black-robed man said with a sinister smile. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes narrowed slightly, and his brows slowly furrowed. He had not expected Wang Yuanxing to be able to find such a powerful helper. It seemed that Wang Yuanxing had really invested a lot this time. Senior, I don't think our Zhuo family has offended you. Why are you helping the Wang family to deal with our Zhuo family? If the Zhuo family has given you benefits, our Zhuo family can do the same. Zhuo Xiangding's words were neither servile nor overbearing. but they were filled with reverence. Facing a warrior whose cultivation was higher than his, Zhuo Xiangding naturally did not dare to act rashly. "You haven't offended me? Hee, if you really hadn't offended me, I might not have caused trouble for your Zhuo family. However, the truth is that your Zhuo family has already offended me. To tell you the truth, my name is Lu Qingshang. I am the ancestor of the Lu family of Lu Chuan Town. I've said before that I will settle old and new grudges with the Zhuo family. The old grudges refer to the sneak attack on me by the previous family head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Mingho. He caused me to be seriously injured and have to go into seclusion. The new grudge is related to that little bastard from your Zhuo family named Zhuowen." When Zhuo Xiangding heard this, his expression changed. He never thought that the information about Zhuowen that he had been searching so hard for would actually come from this black-robed man. "Zhuowen, what's wrong?" Zhuo Xiangding asked in a deep voice. "What's wrong? That little bastard slaughtered almost all of our Lu family's elites and caused us to suffer heavy losses. He even snatched away an important treasure of our Lu family. His actions can be said to be extremely heinous. Even my third brother, who was at the half-step corporeal yang stage, was killed by that kid." A figure suddenly walked out from behind the black-robed man. His face was filled with resentment as he listed all of Zhuowen's crimes. It was as if Zhuowen had become an extremely heinous villain. This figure was naturally Lu Jitian, who had followed Lu Qingshang here. As Lu Jitian continued to narrate, the faces of the people in the hall became somewhat surprised. They had not expected that a mere Zhuowen would be able to force the two major factions of Lu Chuan Town into such a state. "Then, where is Zhuowen?" Zhuo Xiangding suddenly roared as an ominous premonition grew in his heart. Chapter 143. The Battle, Innate Fiend Dark Eye. In the hall, the other factions were in an uproar. Many of them knew about the desperate situation in the Annihilation Forest. They knew that since Zhuowen was forced into the Innate Fiend Dark Eye, Zhuowen would not be able to survive. When they thought of this, many factions cast their gazes at the silent Zhuo Xiangding nearby. They clearly knew that Zhuowen was a rare genius of a Zhuo clan. Whether it was in terms of talent or strength, he was 1 in 100. Moreover, what was even more praiseworthy was that Zhuowen's talent as an arcanist was not weak. Everyone knew that if such a genius was allowed to mature, the rise of the Zhuo family would be a foregone conclusion. However, now that they had suddenly received news that Zhuowen had actually been forced into the Heaven Fiend Underworld Eye, it naturally caused many factions to wring their hands and sigh. Of course, this eye also contained a sliver of rejoice. After all, the Zhuo clan was already sufficiently powerful. If they were to include an extremely talented genius like Zhuowen, it would really be difficult for any faction to suppress the Zhuo clan in the future. Zhuo Xiangding's face suddenly darkened, and he fell into a strange silence. Behind him, the Zhuo family members' eyes flashed with unwillingness and anger. They had watched Zhuowen rise step by step in the Zhuo family. In the end, he had gained the recognition of the entire clan. Everyone believed that with Zhuowen's talent, he would definitely lead the Zhuo family to glory in the future. But now it was all for naught. "You, die!" An oppressive roar suddenly rang out. Everyone in the hall only saw a blur in front of their eyes. The originally quiet and motionless Zhuo Xiangding seemed to have teleported and instantly disappeared from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Jitian. "Kiki, you have some guts to kill someone in my hands. Do you think that's possible?" Lu Qingshang, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe, gave a sinister and strange laugh. Soon after, the black skull on his head suddenly flew towards the enraged Zhuo Xiangding. A sinisterly cold glint suddenly flashed across Zhuo Xiangding's eyes. Soon after, he suddenly patted his Qinkuan bag, causing a black shadow to abruptly fly out from within. It directly transformed into a gigantic black metal tower beside him. The black iron tower was the gravity tower that Zhuowen and the other juniors had entered. This time, Zhuo Xiangding came to the Wang family's banquet. Naturally, he had made many preparations. Naturally, he had brought the family's medium-level soul treasure gravity tower with him. With the power of the gravity pagoda, he knew that he could fight against a profound sovereign realm expert with his initial human king realm cultivation base. Rumble. As soon as the gravity tower appeared, the gravity in the entire space increased by several times. Everyone felt their bodies sink, and they could not stand steadily. Some of the weaker warriors even knelt on the ground with a plop under the power of the gravity. In the end, the black skull collided with the gravity tower. The entire space seemed to have collapsed at this moment. It trembled violently, and countless bursts of light scattered in all directions like a meteor shower. They smashed into the ground, creating deep pits. Zhuo Xiangding groaned and took advantage of the gap between the gravity tower and the black skull to take a step forward. His entire body was like a swimming fish as he suddenly arrived in front of Lu Jitian. Actually, I should thank you for revealing my grandson's whereabouts. However, since my grandson is no longer here, you should go down and accompany him. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes suddenly turned crimson red, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, he slammed his palm on Lu Jitian's head. Powerful yuan power drilled into Lu Jitian's body and began to wreak havoc. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from Lu Jitian's mouth, and red blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He stared at the somewhat crazy Zhuo Xiangding in front of him with a trace of regret in his eyes. He knew that he was the one who caused Lu Jitian's death. If he did not reveal Zhuowen's matter, perhaps Zhuo Xiangding would not be so crazy as to want to kill him. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The moment he made a mistake, he would have to pay with his life. Zhuo Xiangding, you actually dare to kill someone in front of this old man? Are you not putting this old man in your eyes? A furious voice sounded from a short distance away. Soon after, a surge of yuan power suddenly surged out and pushed the gravity tower in the sky back to where Zhuo Xiangding was, revealing a somewhat miserable black-robed person. At this moment, the black robe wrapped around Lu Qingshang was completely torn apart, revealing his true appearance. When everyone saw Lu Qingshang's true appearance, they could not help but suck in a breath of air. This was because the face that appeared before them was so emaciated that it was frightening. There was almost no flesh on his face, and it was as if a layer of human skin was draped over his skeleton. Moreover, Lu Qingshang's face did not have the skin color of a normal person. Instead, it was a kind of poison greenish-black color. His entire person looked rather eerie and terrifying. Even Zhuo Xiangding revealed a trace of astonishment when he saw Lu Qingshang's true appearance for the first time. Lu Qingshang stared at Lu Jitian, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices on the ground. His sunken eyes were filled with cold anger. Good. Your Zhuo family really has guts. You actually dared to kill this old man's descendant. But what this old man did not expect was that you actually have a mid-level soul treasure on you. No wonder you were still somewhat fearless after seeing this old man's strength. Lu Qingshang rearranged the black robe on his body and then looked at the black iron tower in Zhuo Xiangding's hand with a serious expression. When Lu Qingshang's words came out, the hall once again fell into silence. Then, gazes filled with disbelief gathered on Zhuo Xiangding's body. They never expected that the Zhuo family, who had always kept a low profile, would actually have so many trump cards. First, there was a Zhao King realm cultivator. Now, there was an even more precious mid-level soul treasure. Even the Wang family and Chun family did not have such a soul treasure. Wang Yuanxing, who was originally full of complacency, at this moment, the smile on his face instantly froze. He stared at Zhuo Xiangding with a look of astonishment. Even he did not expect that Zhuo Xiangding would have such a precious treasure. Fortunately, we have Lu Qingshang's help today. If it wasn't for Lu Qingshang, with only our Wang family and Chen family, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Wang Yuanxing suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. Looking at Zhuo Xiangding's figure, his eyes became even more fearful. This old fox in front of him hid his strength too well. Wang family head, This old man also did not expect the Zhua family to have a mid-level soul treasure. It seems that the two of us have to join forces to defeat it this time. As for the distribution of the mid-level soul treasure, let's talk about it after we defeat this guy. Lu Qingshang suddenly turned his head and said to Wang Yuanxing. Wang Yuanxing nodded solemnly. He knew that although Zhua Xiangding's cultivation was similar to his, Zhua Xiangding had a mid-level soul treasure. With the help of a mid-level soul treasure, Zhua Xiangding's strength would be at least one level higher. Even Lu Qingshang, who was at the advanced human king realm, would only be on par with him. If they wanted to defeat him, it would only be possible if the two of them joined forces. Brother Chun Sheng, I'll leave the rest of the Zhua family to you. Wang Yuanxing suddenly said to Chun Sheng, who was standing behind him without saying a word. Chun Sheng nodded and agreed. Although he was the Chun family head, his cultivation was only at the half-step Zhao King realm. He did not have the luck of breaking through like Zhua Xiangding and Wang Yuanxing, so he was not qualified to participate in the battle between the three Zhao King realm experts. At the same time, outside the Wang family manor, monstrous sounds of fighting could be heard. Obviously, the Zhua family's men, who were scattered outside, had engaged the Chun and Wang families in advance. Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang glanced at each other. Soon after, extremely berserk yuan power erupted from their bodies. Next, the two of them rushed towards Zhua Xiangding at the same time. Wherever the two of them passed, the surrounding tables would instantly explode. That kind of momentum was rather terrifying. Facing Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang's joint attack, Zhua Xiangding did not flinch. Holding the gravity tower in his hand, the elemental energy in his body exploded. Like a leopard, Zhua Xiangding charged towards Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the three of them fiercely collided with each other. Zhua Xiangding and Wang Yuanxing's fists fiercely collided with each other. The strong astral wind produced by the collision swept out like a gale, causing pain to one's face. Wherever the remaining shock waves passed, even the air was filled with intense air explosions. The huge gravity tower instantly collided fiercely with Lu Qingshang. The sparks from the collision of the two were like shooting stars in the night sky, piercing the eyes of those who saw it. The exchange between the Zhao King realm cultivators was world-shaking, causing the other cultivators in the hall to retreat one after another. However, their eyes were filled with astonishment. While Zhua Xiangding and the other two were entangled with each other, Chun Sheng's eyes were filled with a deep chill as he looked at the remaining Zhua family members. Attack! Chun Sheng shouted in a low voice. Immediately, he led the experts of the two families and rushed towards the remaining Zhua family members. Zhua Baitian and Zhua Dingtian looked at each other and saw a deep solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that the Zhua family had reached a moment of life and death. They could not back down. Bang! The two of them turned into two black shadows and blocked in front of Qin Sheng. Hee. Although the two of you are also corporeal yang experts, I have reached the half-step corporeal yang realm. Can the two of you stop me? Qin Sheng chuckled. His hands were like the claws of an eagle, grabbing towards their throats. Zhua Baitian and Zhua Baitian's eyes narrowed slightly as they dodged Qin Sheng's attack in a slightly awkward manner. Just as they were about to counterattack, the two of them felt their vision darken as Qin Sheng's leg sweep was already upon them. They hurriedly tried to block it. Puff! Wherever the leg wind passed, it actually set off a sonic boom. In the end, it fiercely struck the two people's shoulders. After that, the two people spat out blood and suddenly flew out. In the end, they scraped the ground for nearly 10 meters before finally stopping in a deep pit. In front of me, the two of you are like ants. I will kill you now. Murderous intent flashed across Chun Sheng's eyes. Soon after, his waist arched and his entire body shot towards the Zhua Baitian duo like an arrow that had been released from a bow. His hands contained a frightening yuan power fluctuation. Are we going to die? Zhua Baitian and Zhua Dingtian smiled bitterly. They knew that there was a big gap between them and Chun Sheng. Bang! Just as Chun Shang's hands were about to reach Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, an invisible force suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked Chun Shang's fatal blow. Mind power? Who is it? Chun Shang's pupil shrank. He immediately raised his head and shouted. Chapter 144. The young man Zhuon? Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian were stunned as they stared at the young man who had suddenly appeared in front of them. They had just heard that Zhuon had been forced into the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye and had perished. However, the rumored dead Zhuon had now appeared in front of them. One could imagine the complicated expressions on their faces. However, Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian were excited to see that Zhuon had returned safely. After all, Zhuon was a rare genius in the Zhuo family, and they did not want anything to happen to him. Chun Shang was somewhat surprised as he stared at the somewhat familiar young man in front of him. His gaze also became gloomy. He did not expect that Zhuo Wan, who was rumored to have died, would actually appear in front of him alive and well. Didn't Lu Jitian say that the bastard Zhuon had been forced into the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye by them? Why would he appear in the Wang family manor now? Could it be? Chun Shang stared at the young man who was quietly standing in front of him, and an unbelievable thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The gloominess in his eyes was gradually replaced by shock. Could it be that Zhuon had escaped from the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye alive? The fact that the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye could become the most dangerous place in the Annihilation Forest was enough to show how dangerous it was. Even Chun Shang himself was unable to completely withstand the cold air currents inside, and he would definitely die if he entered. The commotion on Chun Shang's side had also attracted the attention of the other factions who were watching coldly from the sidelines. When the leaders of these factions saw the young man's figure suddenly appear in the hall, a trace of astonishment involuntarily surfaced on their faces. However, this shock only lasted for a moment before it quickly turned into shock. Subsequently, the shock on the faces of these leaders changed, and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes gathered on Zhuo Wen's body in the hall. Immediately, the somewhat quiet hall became fiery hot in an instant. That is, Zhuon? Didn't Lu Jitian say that Zhuon was forced to jump into the Heavenly Fiend Nether Eye? Why are you in the Wang family manor now? Could it be that we're hallucinating? The heat in the hall also attracted the attention of Zhuo Xiangding and the other two, who were fighting fiercely in the air above the hall. At this moment, the battle was rather intense. Under the combined efforts of Lu Chengshang and Wang Yuanxing, two Zhao King realm practitioners, even though Zhuo Xiangding had a middle-grade soul treasure in hand, he was still forced into a passive situation. Of course, the strange situation in the hall also caused the battle in the sky to slow down. The three of them gathered their gazes in the hall. However, when the three of them gathered their gazes on the figure of the young man who had just appeared in the hall, they were all stunned without exception. Among them, Zhuo Xiangding's gloomy face was like a sunny day after the rain. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, this old man knew that this old man's grandson's life isn't that fragile." However, Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang's expressions were quite ugly. Wang Yuanxing frowned and said, "Senior Lu, didn't you say that Zhuon was forced into the Heavenly Fiend Nether Eye? Why would he appear here?" Lu Qingshang's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. This boy was indeed forced into the Heavenly Fiend Nether Eye. Since he is here now, it means that he should have successfully escaped from the Heavenly Fiend Nether Eye. The corners of Wang Yuanxing's eyes twitched violently, and his eyes were suddenly filled with horror. He quietly stared at the young man in the hall below, and the horror in his eyes became more and more intense. He had never thought that Zhuon would be able to walk out of the Heavenly Fiend Nether Eye. It should be known that even if he wanted to escape from that kind of desperate situation, it would be difficult for him to do so. Zhuon's aura was only at the level of the Yin Void Realm. For him to be able to walk out of the Heavenly Fiend Nether Eye alone with such a cultivation, Wang Yuanxing suddenly felt that the world had become a little crazy. Family head Wang, you don't have to be too surprised. According to my guess, the reason why Zhuon was able to walk out of the Heavenly Fiend Nether Eye alone must have something to do with the Chinquan bag he snatched from our Lu family. To tell you the truth, the owner of the Chinquan bag in his hands, is at least an expert of the ultimate emperor realm. Lu Qingshang also saw the surprise on Wang Yuanqing's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke lightly. Senior Lu, is this true? That boy really has the Chinquan bag of an ultimate emperor realm warrior? Wang Yuanqing was stunned at first, but when he heard that it was an ultimate emperor realm warrior, his breathing suddenly became rapid. I said at least an ultimate emperor realm warrior. That expert's aura was very strong, and it might even be an expert of the fourth venerable realm. Anyway, this boy was able to walk out of the heavenly fiend nether alone with such strength, which shows how much he gained from the Chinquan bag. So as long as we kill this boy, the things in the Chinquan bag will be ours. Lu Qingshang's eyes also revealed a touch of greed as he spoke sinisterly. Hearing this, Wang Yuanqing laughed, and a trace of a greedy smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. However, his gaze shifted to Zhuo Xiangding, who was not far away, and he sneered, "Zhuowen, that boy, is nothing to be afraid of. However, our main task now is to get rid of this old man in front of us." That's true. I really didn't expect that even with the two of us working together, we still couldn't take down this old fellow. Forget it. This old man won't hold back anymore. This time, even if I have to risk my life, I will get rid of this old fellow. Lu Qingshang also knew the importance of this matter and suppressed the boiling blood in his chest. Then, his two claws fiercely grasped at the air, and immediately, countless black gas slowly seeped out from the ground, as if countless ghosts were being summoned from the ground. Sigh of the vengeful spirits. A cold and gloomy voice slowly came out from Lu Qingshang's mouth, and immediately, the countless ghosts around them began to howl, and then enveloped Lu Qingshang and Wang Yuanqing within. Wang Yuanqing only felt his body lighten, and he suddenly felt that the oppressive gravity that was like a mountain just now had completely disappeared at this moment. Under my sigh of the vengeful spirits, Zhuo Xiangding's gravity boundary is completely useless against us. Let's work together to get rid of him. While Wang Yuanqing was secretly praising in his heart, Lu Qingshang's words also came at the right time. Wang Yuanqing nodded, and then the two of them suddenly turned into two shadows and fiercely flew towards Zhuo Xiangding. At this moment, Zhuo Xiangding's expression also became serious. He also did not expect that his gravity boundary would be so easily broken by Lu Qingshang. He sighed inwardly, held the gravity tower in his hand, and fiercely faced the two of them. Then, an extremely shocking battle broke out between the three of them. In the hall, Zhuo Wen and Chen Sheng quietly looked at each other, and finally, Chen Sheng spoke first. "Zhuo Wen, I haven't seen you for a few months, and your cultivation has improved quite quickly. You have already reached the 8th stage of Yin Void Realm, but now you are blocking in front of me. Do you think you can defeat me with your current cultivation?" Zhuo Wen, get out of the way. Chen Sheng's cultivation has reached the half step to the Yang Void Realm. You are no match for him. You are still young, and now is not the time to be stubborn. Zhuo Baitian, who was standing behind Chen Sheng, suddenly spoke with a touch of worry on his face. However, before he finished speaking, he abruptly stopped, and his eyes were fixed on the back of the young man in front of him. An extremely large amount of spiritual energy suddenly surged out from the young man's body. This spiritual energy was like a vast ocean, deep, vast, and endless. Chapter 145. Blow up a Rank 2 Arcana? Chen Sheng's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle when he sensed the powerful mental energy that was continuously spreading out from the young man's body. Even he felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed the mental energy that was like a vast ocean. What shocked Chen Sheng even more was that the young man in front of him was only 15 or 16 years old. At such a young age, his mental strength had already reached Rank 2. What kind of talent did he need to achieve this? What made Chen Sheng fearful wasn't just the powerful mental strength Zhuowen displayed, but also the Arcana Master behind Zhuowen. After all, a Grade 2 Arcanist already had some special privileges bestowed upon them by the Empire. Moreover, They were also heavily protected by the Empire. After all, there were very few Arcanists. The Azure Xian Empire would not allow the loss of even one Arcanist to happen. Right now, Zhuan had only just become a second-grade Arcanist, and he hadn't even gone to the Arcana Guild to verify his identity. That was why Zhuan couldn't feel the convenience and honor that came with being an Arcanist. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations were like ripples in water, spreading to the surroundings of the hall and attracting the attention of many of the spectating forces. The sudden mental energy pressure caused the hall to momentarily come to a standstill. Soon after, numerous gazes gathered on the figure of the young man. When they confirmed that the mental energy pressure had indeed come from the young man's body, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a powerful spiritual force. Although I've heard of Zhuan's talent in the arcane arts, it seems that Zhuan has only cultivated his spirit for less than a year. How can a spirit be so powerful? This consciousness is very powerful, far surpassing the level of a rank 1 Arcana Master. Could it be that Zhuan has already reached the level of a rank 2 Arcana Master? Impossible. After all, it had only been less than a year since Grandmaster Karaki had taken him in. The cultivation of mental strength is generally acknowledged to be difficult. Could it be that in less than a year, this kid's mental strength has suddenly reached the shocking level of a second level? Although there were many doubtful voices in the hall, the crowd was no fool. They could clearly feel the powerful mental energy that surged out from the youth's body. That level was definitely at the level of a grade 2 martial artist. It was just that what was happening in front of them was too shocking, and they were unwilling to believe this reality. In the middle of the hall, the fist and palm that contained an extremely powerful force collided with each other. The wind that was created from the collision directly tore open an abyss-like crack in the ground. Then, Zhuo Xiangding, Lu Chengshang, and Wang Yuanxing all staggered backwards. The three of them stabilized their bodies. Their eyes revealed a ferocious glint as they once again pounced forward. However, at this moment, they also sensed the powerful mental energy pressure that was spreading. Immediately, they were startled as they hurriedly turned their heads. Their expressions changed when they discovered that the source of the mental energy was actually a young figure. What a powerful mental energy. The owner of this mental energy is Zhuan? Zhuo Xiangding was somewhat stunned as he stared at the youth's figure. His heart could not help but fiercely twitch. Soon after, a trace of ecstasy appeared on his sluggish face. He could feel that the mental energy that Zhuan was currently displaying had actually reached the level of a grade 2 martial artist. It was even purer than that of an ordinary grade 2 Arcana Master. He also did not expect that after disappearing for a few months, Zhuan's return would bring him such a big surprise. Wang Yuanxing also felt the enormous mental energy pressure from Zhuan's body. His expression immediately turned ugly. He also did not expect that Zhuan's mental energy would reach such a level in such a short period of time. This kind of advancement speed and terrifying monstrous talent caused even Wang Yuanxing to feel a chill in his heart. This kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble in the future. Staring at the youth's figure not far away, Wang Yuanxing's eyes flickered. They were filled with a chilling, killing intent. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes were extremely sharp. With a glance, he could see the chilling, killing intent in the depths of Wang Yuanxing's eyes. He knew that Wang Yuanxing had already decided to kill Zhuan. However, since he had already seen through Wang Yuanxing's intentions, he naturally would not let him have his way. Wang Yuanxing, you old bastard, if you want to target Zhuan, then you'll have to defeat me first. Otherwise, do you think that you will have a chance to deal with Zhuan under my watch? Zhuo Xiangding sneered. He held the gravity tower in his hand and fiercely charged forward once again. Zhuo Xiangding, you old bastard. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Yuanxing and Lu Chengshang secretly exchanged glances with each other before the two of them tacitly formed a pincer formation that enveloped Zhuo Xiangding. Soon after, extremely powerful auras erupted from the two of them as they once again collided. The power and influence created by the three of them was extremely frightening. You must have just become a Grade 2 Arcana Master not too long ago. At your current level, it's still not very likely that you'll be my match. The astonishment on his face gradually receded. Instead, a sinister look appeared on Chun Sheng's face. He knew that as long as he could kill this youth in front of him, he would be completely rid of any future troubles. Moreover, he would become the greatest contributor to both the Wang and Chen families. Whether I'm your match or not is not something that can be said with words. Zhuo Wen's gaze was as calm as still water. His right hand gently patted his Chinquan bag and suddenly pulled out a tall dragon rune blade. Gripping it with both hands, he suddenly swung it, easily creating an ear-piercing sound of breaking wind. These words are reasonable. After I completely capture you, I wonder if you'll kneel and beg for mercy? Chun Sheng licked his lips. Soon after, the yuan power within his body violently gushed out. Soon after, the soles of his feet fiercely stomped on the ground. A powerful force violently gushed out from the soles of his feet, actually tearing the ground apart. Rumble. Chun Sheng's entire body was suffused with a rich golden glow. Soon after, his entire body was like a blazing sun, piercing through the clouds as he ferociously swept toward Zhuo Wen. When he was within 10 feet of Zhuo Wen, his legs seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he viciously swung them towards Zhuo Wen's neck. Zhuo Wen's face was as calm as still water. His right hand suddenly tapped the space between his eyebrows. A small mental energy storm instantly gushed out from the space between his eyebrows. In an instant, it expanded to several dozen feet in size. The mental energy storm carried a crushing force as it viciously swept towards Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng's expression changed. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. At this moment, it was naturally too late for him to withdraw his leg. Thus, he hardened his heart as the yuan power within his body once again gushed out. The golden glow on his legs became even more intense, finally reaching a frightening peak. Subsequently, under this golden glow, he violently collided with a mental energy storm. Rumble. The intense collision sound was just like a sudden clap of thunder as it gradually rose in the entire hall, following which the intense aftershock tore a somewhat frightening hole in the ground. Crack. Under this stalemate, a clear cracking sound suddenly rang out. Soon after, everyone was shocked to discover that the several dozen feet large mental energy storm had actually crumbled inch by inch under the blazing golden glow. Finally, like a hurricane that had been extinguished, it dissipated. A Grade 2 Arcana Master is merely SOSO. This kind of attack is really no challenge to me. As he stared at the slowly dissipating mental energy storm in front of him, the corners of Chun Sheng's mouth curled into a mocking arc as he sneered. However, just as he spoke, a violent sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out from behind him. At the same time, a mocking voice rang out beside his ear. Since that move is merely SOSO, you could try this move. Chun Sheng suddenly turned around and stared at the young man who was close behind him. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle. Previously, he actually did not notice how Zhuo had appeared behind him. The young man's face carried a faint smile. Subsequently, the young man suddenly raised his dragon vein saber as the surging dragon aura within his body violently poured into the dragon vein saber. When the dragon aura was almost saturated, an ancient dragon's roar suddenly whizzed out from the dragon vein saber. Roar! A huge golden dragon that was several hundred meters long suddenly whistled out of the void. Its colossal body seemed to be composed of countless mountains. The dragon's body was densely covered with dragon scales that shone with a golden radiance like the scorching sun. It was dazzling and brilliant. This giant golden dragon was the original form of the dragon spirit within the dragon vein saber. This time, the dragon spirit that Zhuo had summoned was much more powerful than before. Moreover, the dragon spirit was also much more complete. All of this was because Zhuo's cultivation was much higher than before. Therefore, he was able to activate the greater power within the dragon vein saber. The giant golden dragon that was a few hundred feet long roared towards the sky. Soon after, its huge dragon tail violently swung, stirring up a huge gale that almost tore the void apart. Soon after, the giant dragon suddenly swooped down and swept towards the shocked Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng did not expect Zhuowen to have hidden such a powerful attack. He could feel the enormous power from the giant dragon. Even if he were to receive this attack, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. Let's go all out. Chun Sheng wiped his hands, and 2 streams of blood immediately spurted out from his fingertips, following which his hands suddenly pointed at the void and immediately drew a strange pattern. An extremely strange and powerful aura was emitted from the pattern. I see soul blood python palm. Chun Sheng roared. Endless cold air mixed with blood aura slowly wriggled and condensed in the air. Finally, it turned into a giant blood python that was not any weaker than the giant golden dragon. The blood python opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy smell immediately spread out. Soon after, it roared and immediately flew towards the giant golden dragon. Rumble. When the dragon and the snake collided violently in the sky, a ball of light that was like the scorching sun instantly rose. Everyone in the hall was bathed in this light, and they quickly covered their eyes. Countless roars resounded in the void at this moment. Everyone knew that this was a fierce battle between the giant golden dragon and the blood python. When the last mournful howl sounded, the light gradually faded. When everyone gradually opened their eyes, a figure flew out like a withered leaf. After tumbling on the ground for more than a dozen times, he finally crashed into a solid wall in a sorry state. Only then did he manage to stop himself. Chapter 146. Killing Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng. Defeated? A figure suddenly fell from the sky like a shooting star and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. A violent tremor resounded, and a huge crater suddenly appeared in the hall. The gazes of the onlookers all converged on the huge pit. They saw a rather miserable figure quietly lying in the pit. The figure was even constantly twitching, and his aura was extremely weak. This person was Chun Sheng, who had reached the half-step King Zhao realm. Traces of astonishment slowly rose in the eyes of the crowd when they saw that the figure in the crater was indeed the head of the Chun family. Chun Sheng, the astonishment on their faces instantly turned into shock. Thump, thump, thump. The clear sound of footsteps was slowly transmitted from a short distance away. As the billowing dust settled, a skinny and tall figure was revealed. His delicate and handsome face was filled with a calm expression that was as calm as water. Gazing at the seemingly uninjured youth who had appeared in their line of sight, the gazes of the crowd changed once again. The shock that remained in their eyes was slowly replaced by a sliver of fear. Before stepping into the crater, Zhuowen quietly stared at the extremely sorry figure in the crater. His indifferent gaze did not waver at all. Head of the Chun family. Our Zhua family is not a soft persimmon. On the contrary, we are an indestructible jade. If you want to bully our Zhua family, then you should be prepared for the consequences. Our Zhua family will be destroyed together with you. I wonder if your Chun family can bear such consequences? Zhuowen said with a calm expression as he gently lifted Chun Sheng's collar. Stop. I don't care about this matter. I beg you don't kill me. While he was in a daze, Chun Sheng gradually regained his senses. The young man's face was so close that he could clearly see the blazing, killing intent deep within the young man's eyes. He knew that the young man in front of him wanted to kill him. Head of the Chun family, it's too late. From a moment your Chun family and the Wang family formed a marriage alliance, it was already too late. Chun Sheng's eyes narrowed as he discovered a pair of closed fingers slowly growing larger and larger in his eyes. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows as an enormous force invaded his sea of consciousness. Immediately, his consciousness sank into darkness. The instant he killed Chun Sheng, Zhuowen took the opportunity to take out the Qinquan bag from Chun Sheng's waist and unceremoniously stuffed it into his chest. Subsequently, his arm jerked, and Chun Sheng's corpse slowly became limp. Boom! The sound of the corpse falling to the ground was not loud in the chaotic hall. Then, at this moment, many people's minds seemed to be shaken, and they involuntarily looked over. When these gazes stopped on Chun Sheng's corpse, the air in the hall instantly froze. Even the clamorous sounds of fighting in the outer courtyard seemed to have quietly disappeared at this moment. Although Zhuowen and Chun Sheng's battle had attracted many people's attention at the beginning, their battle was not as attractive as the battle between Zhuo Xiangding, Wang Yuanxing, and Lu Qingshang, the three great Zhao King realm practitioners. It was only when Chun Sheng fell to the ground and was killed that it attracted everyone's attention in the hall. However, the outcome was completely out of everyone's expectations. Chun Sheng is dead. Looking at Chun Sheng, who had died with his eyes wide open, a perilous storm surged in everyone's hearts at this moment. Chun Sheng was the head of one of the three great families in Rattan Armor City. His cultivation was at the half-step Zhao King realm, and he was considered a top expert in the entire Rattan Armor City. Normally, he was high and mighty, but now, such an expert had died right in front of them. This caused a trace of disbelief to surface in everyone's hearts. These gazes only lingered on Chun Sheng's corpse for a while before they suddenly turned to the young man beside him. Looking at the calm expression on the young man's face, everyone could not help but feel a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They knew that Chun Sheng, who had once been a big shot in Rattan Armor City, had been killed by this young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. This scene was too shocking, so shocking that it was unbelievable. Even Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, who had been saved by Zhuowen, felt dizzy as they stared at Chun Sheng, who had fallen to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Even the two of them could not have imagined such an outcome. Zhuowen has actually become so strong. The two of them looked at each other and said the same thing at the same time. In the middle of the hall, three figures swept across like a whirlwind. Along the way, no one dared to stop them. Even the aftermath of the battle between three Zhao King realm martial artists was not something that ordinary martial artists could withstand. Zhuo Xiangding, Wang Yuanxing, and Lu Qingshang had been fighting bitterly for a long time. Originally, Zhuo Xiangding was only at the initial human king realm, so he could only fight to a draw with Wang Yuanxing. Even if Lu Qingshang was alone, he would not be a match for him. However, with the help of the gravity tower in his hand, he was able to fight against two experts at the same level as him. One of them was even at the profound human king realm. This showed how terrifying the pressure Zhuo Xiangding was under. After a long and bitter battle, Zhuo Xiangding's body was covered with many terrifying wounds, even with the help of the gravity tower. Streams of cherry-red blood slowly dripped from his wounds. "Old man, let's see how long you can last. Even if you have the support of a mid-level spiritual treasure, you are still no match for me and Senior Lu. I advise you, Zhuo family, to submit to our Wang family and hand over that little bastard Zhuowen. Perhaps your Zhuo family will still have a way out." Wang Yuanxing, who was standing in the middle of the hall, said with a cold smile. "Moreover, don't forget that we still have Chun Sheng, who is half a step away from the Zhao King realm. I think Chun Sheng has almost finished off the remaining members of your Zhuo family." "Ha!" Wang Yuanxing looked up to the sky and laughed. His face was full of pride. He looked at Zhuo Xiangding with a trace of arrogance. Even if the Zhuo family had many trump cards, so what? In the end, they were still no match for the Wang family. Chun Sheng is dead. However, Wang Yuanxing's smile did not last for long, as an uproar was suddenly transmitted from outside the hall. The corners of the trio's eyes suddenly glanced outside, only to see an ice-cold corpse appear in front of their eyes. When the three of them finally saw the face of the corpse, the smile on Wang Yuanxing's face completely froze. At the same time, a look of horror slowly rose from the bottom of his eyes. However, when Wang Yuanxing heard Zhuo Wen's name from the exclamations outside, his pupils suddenly shrunk. The shock in his eyes suddenly turned into disbelief. "Wang Yuanxing, it seems that Chun Sheng, who you rely on, did not finish off the rest of the Zhuo family as you said. Now, it seems that he died in an accident." Zhua Xiangding's face was full of sarcasm. He glanced at Chen Sheng's corpse from the corner of his eyes. His heart could not help but tremble violently. From the exclamations just now, he knew that the one who killed Chen Sheng was Zhuowen. Although he knew that Zhuowen's mental energy had advanced to rank 2, Chen Sheng was, after all, half a step away from the Zhao King realm. He was a powerful existence who only needed half a step to advance to the Zhao King realm. He expected that Zhuowen would be able to stall him, which was the result he had hoped for. However, he did not expect that Zhuowen would use an even more direct method to kill him. Wang Yuanxing, this old man has already said that the Zhua family is not easy to deal with. However, if anyone wants to take a bite out of us, they should be prepared to break their teeth. Zhua Xiangding said with a cold smile. As long as I break your old bones, the Zhua family will naturally collapse. Wang Yuanxing's expression gradually returned to normal. Although he found it unbelievable that Zhuowen could kill Chen Sheng alone, he also knew that the core of the Zhua family was Zhua Xiangding in front of him. As long as Zhua Xiangding fell, the Zhua family would not be able to withstand a single blow. He did not even take Zhuowen seriously. After all, he was not Chen Sheng and was much stronger than the latter. No matter how strong Zhuowen was, he was only a rank 2 Arcana Master. He was definitely not a match for a warrior in the Zhao King realm like him. You want to break this old man's bones? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Zhua Xiangding said with a proud smile. Then let's try. Senior Liu, let's not delay any longer. Let's get rid of this old man as soon as possible. Wang Yuanxing informed Lu Qingshang, who was beside him. Soon after, an endless amount of yuan power frantically gathered in his hands. A resplendent glow slowly spread out in all directions, just like an electric current, along with a low rumbling sound. This was the Wang family's highest martial art, the high earth tier armor technique, mountain-splitting thunderbolt. When Wang Yuanxing used it, it was like 10,000 bolts of lightning were surging forward. Its momentum was terrifying. Zhuowen, that guy has indeed exceeded my expectations. You're right. Let's get rid of this old man as soon as possible, then we'll look for Zhuowen. Lu Qingshang nodded slightly. Both of his claws suddenly reached out and viciously clawed at the ground. Immediately, countless amounts of black gas were pulled out from the ground by his claws. Then, the black gas rapidly condensed into a black sphere in the center of his palms. Powerful energy fluctuations, accompanied by endless wails and howls, whizzed out from the black sphere. It was as if the black sphere was imprisoning countless screaming ghosts. Resentful ghost cannonball. A sinister howl came out from Lu Qingshang's mouth. Finally, with a wave of his right hand, the black sphere in the center of his palm was thrown toward Zhua Xiangding, who was not far away. Like a rapidly flowing missile, it shot straight toward him. Mountain-splitting thunder. Chapter 147. To fight to the last, ditch the resentment ghost cannonball, which was condensed with endless black gas, and the mountain-splitting thunderbolt, which was like a mountain intertwined in the entire void, creating a strange mixture of blue and black. It seems like Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang don't want to drag this out any longer. I wonder if Zhua Xiangding can withstand such an attack. After all, this is the combined attack of 2 Zhao King realm martial artists. Even the people in the hall could feel the enormous power contained in the 2 attacks in the air. That power had long surpassed the corporeal Yang realm. In their senses, even the half-step King Zhao realm couldn't compare to it. The members of the Zhua family in the hall also revealed traces of worry on their faces. They had also felt the tremendous power of the 2 attacks in the air. Due to Zhuowen killing Chen Sheng, the Zhua family had the upper hand for the time being. However, they also knew that the battle that would determine the survival of the Zhua family was still the battle between the 3 Zhua family warriors. Only if the head of the Zhua family won this battle would the Zhua family be able to completely replace the Wang family. Otherwise, the Zhua family might completely disappear from Vine Armor City. Even the calm Zhuowen could not help but be startled. Although Zhua Xiangding had the support of the medium-level Soul Treasure Gravity Tower, he was facing 2 Zhao Kings after all. One of them had even reached the great achievement of a human king. Zhuowen, do you think the patriarch can block this attack? Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian had unknowingly appeared behind Zhuowen and were looking up at the sky with solemn expressions. Zhuo Baitian asked with a sigh. There was a hint of inquiry in his tone, as if he was a junior asking an elder. This somewhat strange tone would seem strange to outsiders. After all, Zhuo Baitian was Zhuowen's uncle in terms of seniority. Even so, Zhuo Baitian still asked the youth in front of him in a condescending tone, as if it was only natural. Even Zhuo Dingtian, who was beside him, did not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. It was as if Zhuo Baitian's way of addressing Zhuowen was natural. Zhuowen glanced helplessly at the respectful expressions of his two uncles behind him. He knew that the reason why they were acting this way was because he had just killed Chun Shang. Actually, I'm not too sure. After all, that was the combined attack of two Zhao King realm martial artists. Even with the help of the Gravity Tower, I'm afraid that even if he could block it, the price, he would have to pay a heavy price. Shaking his head slightly, Zhuowen said with a bitter smile. He could also feel the great power of the two attacks. Obviously, Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang were not holding back anymore. They wanted to go all out to take down Zhuo Xiangding. When Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Then, they looked at each other and revealed a determined look. Zhuowen, if the head of the family is defeated later, you should run away quickly. We will buy time for you to escape. Now that you have such shocking strength at such a young age, if you continue to develop, it is only a matter of time before you advance to the Zhao King realm. With your talent, you can definitely achieve great things in 10 years. So, please run away later. The farther the better. After you have achieved something in the future, you can avenge the Zhuo family and rebuild the entire Zhuo family. Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian walked in front of Zhuowen, their eyes full of determination. Uncle, you. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian to be so courageous. Obviously, they had prepared for the worst. Ha! Zhuowen, I hope you don't take what second uncle did to you back then to heart. It was a moment of folly on my part. Now that the Zhuo family's survival is at stake, second uncle really doesn't want you to resent me because of what happened in the past. Zhuo Dingtian suddenly turned his head and looked at the young man behind him with a guilty and hopeful look in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen felt a little sour in his nose. Even he did not expect the Zhuo family to be so united at such a critical time. Not only Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, but even the other members of the Zhuo family in the hall showed a determined look on their faces. It was a kind of firm and courageous heart that was fearless, knowing that the road ahead was doomed. They wanted to move forward. Uncle, it's all in the past. I don't take it to heart. Moreover, I was wrong to destroy Cousin Zhuo Wu's elixir field. I would like to apologize to you for this. Since you have placed the hope of the family on my shoulders, I will not let you down. Zhuowen closed his eyes slightly and then opened them abruptly. He said with a determined look in his eyes. However, while he was speaking, his eyes were fixed on the back of his hands. At this time, there were two strange runes on the back of his hands, which were emitting a strange brilliance. Perhaps he would have to use this thing in the end. However, he did not know what kind of price he would have to pay if he used it with all his strength. Even Zhuowen could not estimate it. When Zhuo Dingtian heard this, a gratified smile appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and refocused his eyes on the battlefield in the center of the hall. Young man, are you going to use the Holy Ice Flame rune? At this time, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. If grandfather is really defeated, I have no other choice. I don't want the Zhuo family to be destroyed because of me. Zhuowen replied flatly. Young man, you don't know how terrifying the Holy Ice Flame rune is. Although you have obtained a part of the Holy rune's power, you have not merged the ice and fire energies together. If you really merge the ice and fire energies and an accident occurs, I will not be able to save you. After all, you know what happened to Tyrant Blood back then? Everything needs to be done step by step. You have not completely mastered the Holy Eyes Flame rune. If you forcefully merge the two energies together, an accident could easily happen. Moreover, this Lord Dragon's source power has yet to recover. I can only watch with folded arms against you. In his mind, Xiaohei's voice became a little irritable and a little worried. I understand all these. However, I have said that I will protect my family. Now that my family is in trouble, do you think I will abandon my family and run away alone? You know, that's not my personality at all. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. Zhuowen shook his head and said firmly. Upon hearing these words, Xiaohei fell silent. After spending so much time together, he understood the young man in front of him better than anyone else. Although Zhuowen looked like he did not care about many things on the surface, he was a person who valued relationships very much. When Han Shui was in trouble in Luchuan town, he did not hesitate to rescue her. From his point alone, one could see that Zhuowen valued relationships very much. And now, the one in trouble was his clan. With Zhuo Wen's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to abandon his clan and live on by himself. The emotions of humans are so strange. Since you've decided, this Dragon Lord won't stop you anymore. However, don't regret it when the time comes. Xiaohei's somewhat helpless voice sounded in his mind. Soon after, he fell completely silent. Zhuowen smiled faintly. He knew that since Xiaohei had said this, he would not stop him. While Zhuowen and Xiaohei were conversing, the two destructive attacks in the air were like shooting stars. They turned into the air and suddenly fell towards Zhuo Xiangding in the hall. The powerful force even caused an ear-piercing explosion. In the hall, Zhuo Xiangding's back was straight. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, but there was neither sadness nor joy. He only calmly stared at the approaching mountain, splitting thunderbolt and the resentful ghost cannonball. He knew that this was a crucial moment in this battle. If he could block it, his Zhuo family would once again be able to stand tall in Rot-Tan Armor City. If he could not only would he die, his Zhuo family would also cease to exist. Even if this old man's life is on the line, I cannot lose. Zhuo Xiangding suddenly roared towards the sky. Soon after, the gravity tower in his hand rapidly expanded, finally becoming a black tower that was several meters in size. Zhuo Xiangding suddenly carried the black tower and fiercely slammed it into the ground. The entire ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Heavy tower suppression. Zhuo Xiangding's hands instantly formed countless hand seals. Finally, his right hand fiercely slapped his chest, and a mouthful of thick blood essence was spat into the black tower. In an instant, the surface of the black pagoda was smeared with a layer of scarlet red. Then, the black pagoda that was originally only a few dozen feet in size began to grow at an astonishing speed. Finally, it turned into a massive black pagoda that was thousands of feet tall. It was like a pillar that supporting the heavens and the earth. Go! Zhuo Xiangding's hands fiercely pulled. Terrifying veins appeared on his face, arms, and even his entire body. The terrifying black tower that was several hundred meters in size was actually forcefully pulled up by his strength alone. Under Zhuo Xiangding's terrifying strength, the huge black tower was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It fiercely shot up into the sky. Wherever it passed, there were countless sounds of air exploding. It was as if countless bombs had exploded, rumbling nonstop in the entire sky. Under everyone's gaze, the huge black tower finally fiercely collided with the mountain's splitting lightning and the resentful ghost cannonball in the sky. Soon after, an intense light, as if it was a scorching sun that was close at hand, was so blinding that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Rumble. The violent rumbling sound was as if countless huge thunderbolts were rumbling nonstop at this very moment. For a moment, the entire sky fell into a violent chaos. Chapter 148. Losing the game and the fight. The deathly silence lasted for a while before it was finally broken by a muffled groan. Kacha! A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out from the void. Like an echo, it reverberated through the entire sky. Then, Everyone squinted their eyes and suddenly saw a figure holding his chest and retreating continuously. Finally, he came to a stop after hitting the hard wall behind him. On the ground in front of him, there were two depressions that were several feet deep, clearly imprinted on the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from this figure's mouth. A rather rapid, panting sound violently resounded in this space. The moment this figure appeared, everyone in the hall gathered their gazes on him. When they saw the face of this figure, numerous sighs began to rise and fall in the hall. I didn't expect Zhuo Xiangding to be defeated in the end. However, he is only at the initial Human King realm, yet he managed to resist the joint attack of an initial Human King realm martial artist and a profound Human King realm martial artist. This proves his strength. Yeah, if Lu Qingshang had not appeared in the Wang family today, the Zhuo family would have most likely won. It's just a pity that Wang Yuanxing's preparations are truly terrifying. Now that Zhuo Xiangding is defeated, I'm afraid the Zhuo family has no chance at all. Sigh after sigh suddenly resounded in the hall. Everyone looked at the Zhuo family with pity in their eyes. Clutching his chest and coughing up blood, the figure that was almost embedded into the wall was the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding. At this moment, Zhuo Xiangding's clothes were ragged and his face was extremely pale. Moreover, he would cough up blood from time to time. His aura was extremely weak. Even a middle-grade gravity tower had turned back into a palm-sized tower. The luster on its surface was extremely dim. It was obvious that it had been severely damaged in the collision just now. The members of the Zhuo family turned pale with fright when they saw Zhuo Xiangding's dispirited aura. Although many of them had guessed what was going on, all of the members of the Zhuo family revealed distressed expressions when they saw the situation before them. They knew that Zhuo Xiangding was the pillar of their Zhuo family. If this pillar collapsed, then their Zhuo family would not be far from extinction. Cough, cough. An intense coughing sound was transmitted from the other side at the same time. Immediately, everyone's eyes were attracted by this coughing sound. They saw two human figures slowly appear in front of everyone's eyes from the dust that permeated the sky. These two human figures were Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang, who had joined forces. Both of them were in a rather sorry state. Wang Yuanxing's injuries were more severe. His clothes were torn and tattered, and as he walked, he constantly coughed up blood. Although Wang Yuanxing's injuries seemed to be much better than Zhuo Xiangding's, his injuries were still quite severe. After all, Zhuo Xiangding had used a desperate move just now. As for Lu Qingshang, because his entire body was covered in a black robe, no one could tell that he was injured. However, judging from his aura, he seemed to be injured as well. However, his injuries were much less severe than Zhuo Xiangding's and Wang Yuanxing's. Zhuo Xiangding, you old bastard. I didn't expect you to push us to this extent. However, I think you can't even move now. Even if you have a middle-grade soul treasure, you are no match for me and Senior Lu. Wang Yuanxing spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. His face was ferocious as he stared at the figure embedded in the wall not far away. Waves of killing intent emerged from his eyes. Old bastard, you can rest in peace now. I will take good care of your Zhuo family for you. Wang Yuanxing's eyes flashed. Immediately, he stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body was like an arrow released from a bow. With a tyrannical speed, he rushed straight towards Zhuo Xiangding. He knew that Zhuo Xiangding's injuries were very severe. Now it was the best time to kill him. When he thought of Zhuo Xiangding, who had always been his enemy, dying in front of him, Wang Yuanxing's face suddenly revealed a morbid smile. After so many years of fighting, although the Wang family's strength had always been above the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding's strength had always been on par with his. This was also the reason why the Wang family had never dared to touch the Zhuo family despite their strength. Now that the greatest threat in front of him was about to die in front of him, Wang Yuanxing's heart was filled with excitement. It was like a raging wave that kept rolling in his heart. Seeing Wang Yuanxing getting closer and closer, all the Zhuo family members in the hall turned pale with fright. Father, Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian shouted at the same time. Suddenly, They turned into two shadows and rushed towards Wang Yuanxing, intending to stop the former's attack. Overconfident ants. Looking at the fearless Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, Wang Yuanxing licked his lips and sneered. He waved his right hand gently. In an instant, two huge palms swept towards the two men. With a loud bang, the two men were bombarded by the Yuanli palms. They had no power to fight back. With just one palm, the two men's defenses were completely broken. Puff! The two men spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then, like falling leaves, they flew out violently. After rolling a dozen times on the ground, they hit the wall hard and stopped flying. Baitian, Dingtian, Wang Yuanxing, you old bastard. If you did not rely on others, your Wang family would not be a match for our Zhuo family. I am not willing to accept this. Looking at the flying Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, Zhuo Xiangding was furious. His eyes were full of hatred as he looked at Wang Yuanxing, who was not far away, with a face full of satisfaction. Although he wanted to rush forward, the serious injuries on his body made it difficult for him to even move. Winner takes all. Zhuo Xiangding, you old bastard, don't you understand this? Even if your heart is filled with unwillingness, you've already lost. That means you've lost, hee. As long as you die, the power of our Wang family will expand to an unprecedented level. We will not even fear the city governor's mansion as much as we did before. Wang Yuanxing laughed arrogantly. Immediately, an endless amount of Yuanli gathered in his hands. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards Zhuo Xiangding. So, Zhuo Xiangding, you should die and fulfill our Wang family. Zhuo Xiangding's face was filled with a bitter smile as he looked at the approaching fist. Although he only needed to move his body a little to avoid Wang Yuanxing's punch, the intense pain that filled his mind caused his body to become numb. He was unable to move at all. However, just as Wang Yuanxing's fist was about to hit Zhuo Xiangding's head, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure clenched his left hand tightly, and the mysterious rune on the back of his left hand instantly lit up with a fiery red light. However, the moment the light lit up, it turned from a fiery red to a blackish-red color. Then, a pillar of fire suddenly surged out from the back of the figure's left hand. Finally, it turned into a black flaming skull that was as tall as a man. The moment the black flame appeared, the temperature of the entire hall rose rapidly. In the end, it reached an extremely shocking height. Even the ground showed signs of cracking because of the high temperature. This flame is so strange. Wang Yuanxing also did not expect that such a sudden change would occur. His pupils shrank slightly, but the power of his fist did not decrease. After all, at this time, the arrow was on the bow. If he stopped the attack now, it would inevitably cause a certain backlash to him. Moreover, he had a trace of confidence. Although he had suffered serious injuries in the battle with Zhuo Xiangding, he was still a Zhao king. In this hall, other than Lu Qingshang and Zhuo Xiangding, no one else was worthy of his attention. Bang! Wang Yuanxing's fist finally collided violently with the black flame. One could only hear a soft, sizzling sound. Soon after, countless gales violently swept out in all directions between the two like a powerful hurricane. The powerful collision created aftershocks that even shook the hard ground until it cracked open a huge hole. The strong chi wave was like a monstrous wave that exploded in the entire hall. The doors of the entire hall were also blown to pieces at this moment. Powerful gusts of wind spread out. Many corporeal yang practitioners in the hall were forcefully swept away and landed outside the courtyard in a sorry state. Bang! The moment everyone swept out of the courtyard, they saw that the pillars of the hall had collapsed. In just a few breaths, the entire hall had turned into ruins. Countless heads were moving about on the empty ground outside the hall. Everyone's gazes were gathered on the hall that had already turned into ruins. Everything that had happened just now happened in a split second. All they saw was an illusory figure standing in front of Zhuo Xiangding. After releasing a strange black flame, the illusory figure violently collided with the rapidly charging Wang Yuanxing. Subsequently, under the powerful force, the entire hall collapsed. Who was that person just now? He actually dared to save someone from Wang Yuanxing's hands. Furthermore, he was actually able to take Wang Yuanxing's attack head-on. His strength is somewhat frightening. I'm not too sure either. However, I feel that the figure is quite familiar. Everything just happened too quickly, so I couldn't see the figure's face clearly. In the open space, an uproar followed. Many people began to talk at once. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They really wanted to know who the figure that had saved Zhuo Xiangding at the critical moment was. Bang! Just as the crowd was discussing spiritedly, a figure suddenly shot out from the dust-filled ruins. In the end, he staggered and landed on the ground. He actually began to pant violently. The instant this figure appeared, the gazes of everyone on the empty ground shot towards him. When they clearly saw this person's face, the entire place suddenly descended into silence. This was because the owner of this rather miserable figure was actually Wang Yuanxing, who had been wildly laughing a moment ago. However, Wang Yuanxing's following words caused everyone to fall into a daze. Chapter 149. Ice and Fire. What? That figure just now was Zhuowen? It's Zhuowen? This was a little inconceivable. I clearly saw that figure take on Wang Yuanxing's punch and save Zhuo Xiangding. Does Zhuowen have that kind of strength? After a moment of silence, the entire empty ground was in an uproar. The atmosphere in the square gradually became heated up. Bang! In this heated atmosphere, another figure suddenly broke through the ruins and appeared in front of the crowd. The strange thing was that this figure was completely enveloped in black flames. The surging black flames were like a thick black cloud that enveloped his entire body, causing one to be unable to clearly see the true appearance of the person within. This figure was carefully carrying another figure in his hand. This figure was the heavily injured Zhuo Xiangding. Zhuowen slowly landed on the ground and gently placed Zhuo Xiangding to one side. Soon after, he stood up again. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, a hand grabbed onto his collar. Zhuowen, you can't possibly be their match. You'd better run. Grandfather, although I'm heavily injured now, I can still buy you some time if I fight with my life. You must remember that you are the hope of our Zhuo family. As long as you don't die, our Zhuo family will definitely rise again. A deep voice slowly rang out. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes were filled with worry. In front of him was his most valued grandson and the most talented genius of the Zhuo family. He could not allow anything to happen to him. The black flames gradually dissipated, finally revealing Zhuowen's delicate and handsome face that carried a hint of maturity that did not match his age. When this young man's face appeared in front of the crowd, it once again caused a commotion. They finally believed Wang Yuanxing's words. They did not expect that the person who took on Wang Yuanxing and saved Zhuo Xiangding from his hands was really Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not turn around. He only squinted his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Grandfather, if I let you run away now and leave our Zhuo family to fight a bloody battle, would you do it? Can you do it? As a member of the Zhuo family, do you really think that I would abandon my family and run away alone?" Zhuowen's voice was very soft, but everyone heard it clearly. Zhuo Xiangding was stunned and fell into silence. He was the head of the Zhuo family, and he bore the responsibilities and obligations of the entire family. At the same time, there were his family, friends, and many acquaintances in the family. These were all things that tied his heart down. If he was asked to escape alone and drag out an ignoble existence, he would not be able to do it. Zhuowen, now is not the time to talk about feelings. You are the most talented person in the history of the Zhuo family. You are the cultivator with the greatest hope of reaching the ultimate emperor realm in the past 1,000 years of our Zhuo family's history. As long as you reach the ultimate emperor realm, you will have the possibility of becoming a marquis. Besides that, you also have a powerful spiritual force talent. You are destined to become a high-ranked arcana master in the future. That status will not be inferior to that of a marquis. Zhuowen, do you know that your future is limitless? If you die, it will be a great loss to the Zhuo family. I will also become a sinner of the Zhuo family. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. His heart was filled with anger. Grandfather, The reason why I pursue great power is to be able to protect the things and people that I should protect. If I can't protect anything, then what's the point of obtaining great power? If all my family members die, then what's the point even if my cultivation reaches the realm of a saint? So, at this point, Zhuowen's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head slightly and took a deep look at the old man behind him. He could still see the wrinkles on the old man's face that were like ravines and the strands of white hair that were like snow. So, please don't make me make a choice that I will regret. Zhuo Xiangding's pupils abruptly shrunk when he heard these words. He was just about to blurt out another word when he suddenly stopped. His somewhat dim eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling glow at this moment. In the end, he sighed and looked at the figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance. He suddenly felt that the youth in front of him had completely matured at this moment. However, the words that the youth had said before he left caused a bright light to surge in his eyes. Your injuries may seem serious, but they haven't harmed your foundation. This pill can help you recover in a short period of time, so I will help you buy some time. With a flip of his right hand, a medicinal pill lay quietly in the center of his palm. A wave of medicinal power was emitted from the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was secretly stuffed into his hand by Zhuowen just now. Zhuowen, Grandpa will trust you this once, so you must hold on. Zhuo Xiangding muttered to himself as he looked at the youth's figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance. As he stared at the youth that was approaching step by step, Wang Yuanxing's gloomy eyes became increasingly gloomy. Traces of a cruel expression continuously flashed in the depths of his eyes. Zhuowen, bastard, you have some guts. You clearly know that that old bastard Zhuo Xiangding has been defeated, but you didn't choose to run away. I don't know if I should say that you have a backbone or that you are stupid. Old dog Wang, you talk a lot of nonsense. If your injuries were perfect, perhaps I would not be your opponent. However, you seem to be seriously injured now. How much of your strength can you use? Do you really think that you could take me down? Stopping 100 steps in front of Wang Yuanxing, Zhuowen glanced at the rather battered Wang Yuanxing and said calmly. Wang Yuanxing was stunned. Immediately, the veins on his forehead bulged and the corners of his eyes fiercely twitched. Little bastard, you really have guts. Death is at hand, and you still dare to speak such arrogant words. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after I break all your limbs. Moreover, even if I'm seriously injured, dealing with you will be as easy as blowing off dust. At this point, Wang Yuanxing suddenly turned to the black-robed man, Lu Chengshang, who was standing on a railing not far behind him. He clasped his hands and said, Senior Lu, let me deal with this little bastard. There is no need to dirty Senior's hands. Lu Chengshang's eyes narrowed as he looked deeply at Wang Yuanxing. He laughed and said, Since Wang family head wants to deal with this kid personally, I will naturally not interfere. However, the chinquin bag in this kid's hands, Wang Yuanxing trembled and immediately laughed dryly. I will naturally not take it for myself. When the time comes, I will naturally let Senior Lu have the first pick of the items inside. Wang family head is indeed a reasonable person. However, I hope that Wang family head can quickly deal with this kid. Lu Chengshang laughed strangely. Wang Yuanxing nodded slightly. His gaze once again focused on the youth in front of him, and he replied indifferently, Naturally, I will do it as soon as possible. This kid only needs one move, and I will be able to thoroughly deal with him. As he spoke, Wang Yuanxing's foot suddenly stomped. Powerful Yuan power immediately poured out like a tidal wave, causing the entire space to tremble. His entire body was like a nimble monkey as he shot straight towards Zhuowen. At this moment, in the entire open space, everyone's gazes were focused on the distant confrontation between Wang Yuanxing and Zhuowen. When they saw that Wang Yuanxing had made the first move, it instantly caused an uproar. As he stared at the approaching Wang Yuanxing, Zhuowen's eyes slightly narrowed. Soon after, the tip of his foot pushed off the ground. His entire body was like a monkey as he somersaulted backwards and dodged the kick that was heading towards his original spot. Boom! The ground where Zhuowen had previously stood was instantly blasted into a deep pit, and Wang Yuanxing's figure appeared at the same spot. Your reaction is not bad. However, how many of my attacks can you dodge? Wang Yuanqing chuckled. His entire body once again transformed into a hurricane as he swept towards Zhuowen. His moves had also become increasingly vicious. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with seriousness. Soon after, he suddenly pulled out the dragon vein blade, following which his left hand rubbed against the blade. On the back of his left hand, the fire symbol instantly spat out black flames and enveloped the entire dragon vein blade. At this moment, the surface of the dragon vein blade was covered with dense black flames. It looked exceptionally strange. As he stared at the dragon vein blade that was covered with black flames, a cold glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. Soon after, the tip of his foot moved and his entire body made a half-turn on the spot. Both of his hands gripped the hilt of the blade, and he viciously flung it out with a tyrannical force. The dragon vein blade was wrapped in black flames. It was like a thick door as it viciously swept towards Wang Yuanqing. As he watched the dragon vein blade rapidly fly towards him, a vicious glint flashed across Wang Yuanqing's eyes. Soon after, his right hand transformed into a claw. His eagle-like claws actually wanted to meet the dragon vein blade head-on. Boom! When the two collided, endless gales swept out like countless tornadoes. The entire space was filled with dazzling colors. Break for me! What shocked everyone was that Wang Yuanqing's claws were as hard as steel, and he was able to withstand the dragon vein saber with his bare hands. Everyone could feel the powerful might of the dragon vein saber, but Wang Yuanqing was able to withstand it with his bare hands without falling into a disadvantageous position. This action once again allowed everyone to witness the powerful strength of a Zhao King realm cultivator. At the same time, it also caused everyone to have a deeper reverence for a King Zhao realm practitioner. Wang Yuanqing's words had just sounded when a cluster of blazing golden light emerged from his hand claw. Soon after, the dazzling golden light, which was like a scorching sun, suddenly spread out and enveloped the entire dragon rune blade. Crack! A crisp sound instantly spread across the open space. Immediately after, the black flames on the surface of the dragon vein blade receded like a receding tide. As the black flames receded, traces of cracks actually appeared on the blade of the dragon vein blade. These traces of cracks were like a spider web that gradually spread out around the blade. Finally, under this force, the dragon vein blade actually shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Little bastard, this blade should be a low-grade spiritual treasure. If you say that you're relying on this saber, then I think you've failed. Wang Yuanqing said coldly as he waved his right hand and slapped the shattered dragon vein blade to the side. However, he quickly felt that something was wrong. This was because he did not see Zhuowen's figure. Old dog, is there something wrong with your brain? Did you really think that the attack just now was my full strength? Now, I will show you the reason why I dare to challenge you. A crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. Immediately after, Wang Yuanqing turned his head and coincidentally saw the face of the young man right in front of him. At this moment, the young man in front of him revealed a sinister smile. Immediately after, the young man waved his right hand. The ice rune on the back of his right hand immediately lit up with an intense, icy blue light. The moment the light lit up, an endless stream of cold air intertwined behind the young man to form a huge, icy blue eyeball. This is the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Chapter 150. The fallen Wang Yuanqing's scream instantly spread throughout the entire open space, attracting the attention of everyone in the open space. Swoosh! Numerous gazes quickly gathered on the body of a young man not far away. Their gazes roamed around before they fixed their gazes on the enormous icy blue eyeball behind the young man. Endless streams of cold air intertwined and swept across the eyeball, looking exceptionally strange. It really is the innate fiend dark eye. Although its size is much smaller, its aura is very similar to the Heaven Fiend Netherworld eye in the Annihilation Forest. The Heaven Fiend Dark Eye should be a naturally formed cold air current. Why is Zhuowen able to use this kind of cold air current? Didn't you hear that Zhuan escaped from the Heaven Fiend Nether Eye? Perhaps this kid obtained a lot of benefits from it. An uproar followed. Many people looked at Zhuan with a trace of respect in their eyes. After all, a practitioner who could walk out of the Heavenly Fiend Dark Eye's hopeless situation was already proof of this practitioner's strength. Needless to say, he also had the ability to control the Heavenly Fiend Dark Eye's cold air. Not far away, Lu Qingshang quietly leaned against the wall. His eyes flashed as he looked at Zhuan with a thoughtful expression. He is actually able to control the cold airflow within the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Looks like the benefits he obtained from a Chinquan bag may be beyond my expectations. Lu Qingshang muttered in a low voice. However, his gaze grew increasingly fiery and greedy. The more valiant Zhuan's performance was, the more anticipation he had in his heart. This also meant that the Chinquan bag in Zhuan's hands was even more precious. A little warrior of the Void realm could reach such a powerful level. If he could get it, he might be able to break through the Human King realm and reach the Earth King realm, or even the Heavenly King realm. On the empty ground, Zhuan glanced at the huge, icy blue eye behind him in astonishment. Even he did not expect that when he released all the cold chi that the ice symbol had absorbed from the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye, it would actually form an eyeball that was similar to the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. From the giant eye behind him, he could feel the great power contained in it. Although this power was not as great as the real Heaven Fiend Eye, it was far beyond that of a half-step king, Zhao Realm warrior. Slowly recovering from his astonished expression, Zhuan's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. Dragging the enormous icy blue eyeball behind him, he shot straight towards Wang Yuanxing like an arrow that had left a bow. Endless cold air was continuously released around Zhuan's body as he moved, causing a layer of crystal-clear ice to form on the ground. What surprised Zhuan was that the small Heaven Fiend Dark Eye that had condensed behind him had a great effect on his attack. Whether it was his speed or his attack, at this moment, they were both greatly enhanced. Moreover, the cold air currents in the small dark sky, Fiend's eyes were like his left and right arms. As long as he willed it, the cold air currents would automatically appear around his body and protect him. Zhuan was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Wang Yuanxing's head. Immediately, Zhuan clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Carrying countless cold air currents, he fiercely punched towards Wang Yuanxing's head. Wang Yuanxing also slowly recovered from his shock. He could tell that the eyeball behind Zhuan was not the real Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. The power within it was much weaker. Therefore, the worry in his heart was put to rest at this moment. Deliberately mystifying little brat. Since you're so overconfident, this old man will fulfill your wish and let you die a quick death. Wang Yuanxing suddenly stepped aside. His whole body was like a ghost, and he easily dodged Zhuan's punch. At the same time, a dark and ruthless expression flashed across Wang Yuanxing's eyes. Immediately, he grabbed Zhuan's fist with both hands. Lowering his shoulders, his steel-like knee was like a spring as it ferociously kicked towards Zhuan's abdomen. Boom! A dull sound suddenly resounded in the entire space. Soon after, Wang Yuanxing's wild laughter suddenly rang out. Zhuan, the gap between you and me is as wide as a chasm. Even if I am seriously injured, I am not someone who could be provoked by a cat or a dog like you. Therefore, you are destined to have this kind of result. Wang Yuanxing's knee finally fiercely hit Zhuan's lower abdomen. Wang Yuanxing was very clear about the power of his knee attack. Not to mention Zhuan, who was only in the Void realm. Even a warrior in the King Zhao realm at the same level would not be able to survive it. However, his smile only lasted for a moment before it froze. This was because the scene of Zhuan when clutching his abdomen and slowly collapsing did not appear. The young man in front of him actually abruptly raised his head. A trace of a strange smile was actually revealed on his delicate and handsome face. Old dog, is this the extent of your attack? If this is the extent of your attack, then your strength as a warrior in the King Zhao realm is not that great. The young man grinned. Immediately, the pupils of the small Heaven Fiend Dark Eye behind him suddenly converged on Wang Yuanxing. In the huge pupil, Wang Yuanxing could even see his own reflection. At the same time, Wang Yuanxing felt a slight numbness in his knee. When he looked down, he was shocked to find that his knee did not hit Zhuan's abdomen, but was blocked by a layer of strange cold air. How is this possible? How could a bastard like you block my attack? What happened to my attack just now? Even if you have level 2 mental strength, it is impossible for you to block the full attack of a warrior in the King Zhao realm. Traces of horror slowly rose from the depths of Wang Yuanxing's eyes. He was also shocked and fell into a momentary daze. A glint flashed across Zhuo Wen's eyes. The pupils of the small heaven fiend dark eye behind him suddenly shrunk and locked onto Wang Yuanxing in an instant. Soon after, the eyeball collapsed and transformed into hundreds and thousands of sharp blade-like cold air flows that enveloped Wang Yuanxing like a huge mouth. The moment the endless cold air currents enveloped him, Wang Yuanxing recovered from his daze. He stared at the hundreds and thousands of cold air currents rushing towards him. Even he felt a chill in his heart. Zhuan, you little bastard. Don't think that these cold air currents can do anything to me. Mountain-splitting thunderbolt, break from me. Wang Yuanxing waved his hands. In an instant, countless lightning bolts surged out from his hands. It was as if 10,000 lightning bolts were galloping. His hands emitted a blazing blue electric light. The moment the blue electric light condensed, Wang Yuanxing raised his hands and pushed them forward. The blazing electric light immediately turned into a lightning mountain that was dozens of feet tall. As it turned, it crushed the countless cold air currents. Rumble. In the empty space, hundreds and thousands of cold air currents were like 10,000 swords. Finally, they violently collided with the mountain-splitting thunderbolt. The moment the two collided, the entire world came to a standstill. Bang! However, this silence only lasted for a moment. Under everyone's tightened gazes, the dozens of feet tall lightning mountain in the middle of the empty space actually began to tremble violently under the countless cold air currents. This trembling only continued for a moment. Immediately, one could hear a clear, cracking sound that suddenly sounded in the quiet, empty ground. Immediately, everyone was surprised to discover that traces of crack lines had actually appeared on the surface of the enormous lightning mountain. The cracks were like a spider web that continuously spread in all directions. When the cracks finally spread to the edges, the lightning mountain once again trembled violently. Immediately, under Wang Yuanxing's abruptly shrunk eyes, it actually began to crumble inch by inch. Rumble. In the end, the huge mountain completely collapsed. Countless cold air currents fought to be the first to pounce down, completely enveloping Wang Yuanxing's figure. Under the descent of the cold air currents, the entire empty space also fell into an intense tremor. After the tremors slowly stabilized, a tall figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Swoosh, swoosh. Numerous gazes were attracted by this figure. When everyone saw the youth on this figure's face, the entire place instantly fell into silence. This was because this tall figure was not the Wang Yuanxing that they had always thought highly of. Instead, it was the young man Zhuan. As the dust gradually dispersed, a deep pit entered everyone's line of sight beside the figure of the young man that stood in front of everyone's eyes. The instant the deep pit appeared, everyone's gazes turned one after another and gathered at the deep pit. They also saw a figure within the deep pit. This figure's clothes were tattered, and there were countless wounds on his body. Cherry-red blood flowed out, like a faucet that had not been turned on properly. Moreover, his body was constantly twitching and rolling. Staring at the deep pit, the figure's aura was extremely weak, and he was twitching as if he was having a seizure. Finally, a trace of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. This was because the figure that appeared in the deep pit was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Yuanxing. No one had expected that not only did Wang Yuanxing fail to finish off Zhuan, he had even been reduced to such a state. Everyone knew that the current Wang Yuanxing was probably hopeless. When everyone's gazes once again gathered on the young man, the shock in their eyes was gradually replaced by respect. Being able to kill Wang Yuanxing, who was at the Zhao King realm, meant that this young man had completely entered the ranks of the top experts in Vine Armor City. Thump! In a corner of the empty space, Zhuo Xiangding, who was originally secretly vexed, stared fixedly at the figure that was on the brink of death in the deep pit. After confirming that the figure was indeed Wang Yuanxing, his gaze slowly shifted to the right and finally gathered on the figure of the young man standing upright. His mouth was wide open and his heart was violently twitching at this moment. After remaining silent for a long time, his lips trembled as he spoke. Chapter 151. Endless Trouble. Wang Yuanxing's body lay quietly in the deep pit. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of life in his body. He was clearly dead. Following Wang Yuanxing's death, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. The Wang and Chun families, who had been fighting to the death with the Zhuo family, also inexplicably stopped at this moment. Chun Sheng was dead. Now, even Wang Yuanxing, who had reached the Zhao King realm, had fallen in front of everyone's eyes. The heads of the two most powerful forces in Rattan Armor City had both fallen today. This shocking and somewhat suffocating phenomenon caused everyone's hearts to twitch violently. Moreover, what caused the crowd to feel even more disbelief was that the two former clan heads had actually fallen at the hands of a single person. Moreover, that person was the young figure standing nearby. Moreover, that person's name was Zhuo Wan. The Wang and Chun families are finished. Gazing at the young man standing silently in the same spot, as well as the motionless Wang Yuanxing lying in the deep pit, everyone knew that in the future, the three major clans of Rattan Armor City would completely disappear. Only Zhuo Wen's clan would remain. And without the Wang and Chun families' obstruction, the Zhuo family's power would probably expand at a terrifying speed in the following period of time. Lu Qingshang, who was originally standing not far away with his arms crossed, as if he was watching a good show, also did not expect that Wang Yuanxing, whose cultivation had already reached the Zhao King realm, would actually be taken care of by Zhuo Wen. This kind of result was already greatly out of his expectations. This kid must die, otherwise there will be endless trouble in the future. Lu Qingshang's pupils slowly contracted. If it was said that he had treated Zhuowen with a playful attitude at the beginning, then after personally witnessing Zhuowen kill Wang Yuanxing, who was already of the Zhao King realm, his playful attitude slowly faded away. What replaced it was a dignified feeling. The young man in front of him had a pitifully low cultivation, but even with such a low cultivation, he was always able to kill cultivators whose cultivation was much higher than his at the last moment. Chun Sheng was like this, and Wang Yuanxing was also like this. As he thought of this, traces of chilling, killing intent suddenly flared up in Lu Qingshang's eyes, just like sparks of fire in a prairie. Soon after, traces of black qi began to condense in his right hand, as a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Soon after, his entire body transformed into a ghostly shadow. Beside the crater, Zhuowen gently clutched his chest with his right hand. His youthful face was completely pale. Activating the Saint Rune with all his might had been a huge burden for Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had only obtained the Saint Rune for a short period of time. If he wanted to completely master it, he would need a lot of time. Activating the Saint Rune with all my might is already so taxing. If the Saint Rune of Ice and the Saint Rune of Fire were to be used together, I'm afraid that even I would find it difficult to bear the pressure. From his Qinkuan bag, Zhuowen took out a few pills that were full of medicinal energy. After swallowing them all in one go, he finally recovered his breath. Under the effects of the pills, the originally exhausted Yuan power in his Dantian showed signs of swelling again. The Jade Cauldron Armor Spirit's soul skill, undying essence, also continuously transmitted green energy into his limbs and bones. Soon, the injuries in his body slowly healed. Just as Zhuowen was slowly recovering from his injuries, an indescribable sense of danger suddenly filled his heart. At this moment, Xiao Hei's voice rang out at his mind. "Kid, be careful behind you. That old man Lu Qingshang wants to sneak up on you." Zhuowen's gaze abruptly froze as he tilted his head slightly. Instantly, he discovered that Lu Qingshang's sinister skeletal face was right in front of him. On his almost fleshless face, there was a sinister laughter that made one shudder. Kid, your various performances have truly exceeded this old man's expectations. However, this glorious battle record of yours will end here. This old man will personally send you to hell. A strange laughter instantly filled Zhuowen's ears. Soon after, Lu Qingshang suddenly stretched out a withered arm. On the arm, there was a viscous black qi. It looked like a wooden stick covered in grease. Lu Qingshang pointed it straight at Zhuowen's forehead. As he stared at the withered arm that was getting closer and closer, Zhuowen's heart was filled with an unconcealable sense of danger. He could feel the immense power contained in the arm before him. He knew that if he was touched by this arm, his fate would not be too good. Rumble. At this moment of life and death, the fire symbol on the back of Zhuowen's left hand instantly emitted a dazzling light. Soon after, blazing black flames immediately gushed out from the fire symbol, transforming into a gigantic flaming palm that viciously met Lu Qingshang's arm. Bang! What caused Zhuowen's pupils to shrink was that the palm formed from black flames was actually only able to withstand the attack of the withered arm for a moment. Soon after, traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the black flame palm. In the end, with a cracking sound, the black flame palm was instantly turned into dust. After the withered arm destroyed the black flame palm, it was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as it ferociously pierced through the air and pointed at Zhuowen. Fortunately, the black flame palm had bought precious time for Zhuowen. Taking advantage of this time, Zhuowen was able to react and shift his body slightly. The instant the withered arm arrived, Zhuowen avoided a vital spot. Plop! A mouthful of cherry-red blood instantly spurted out from Zhuowen's mouth. In the end, the withered arm viciously slammed into Zhuowen's right shoulder blade. Under the powerful force, Zhuowen's body was like a falling leaf as it ferociously flew backwards. While flying backwards, Zhuowen forcefully endured the injuries in his body as he fiercely twisted his waist. His entire body stood up in a strange posture in the air. Finally, his feet fiercely stomped on the ground, leaving behind 2 extremely deep marks on the ground. Only then did he forcefully stop himself 100 steps away. After coming to a stop, Zhuowen's face reddened once again as he spat out another mouthful of scarlet blood. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Lu Qingshang, who was completely covered in a black robe. Zhuowen also did not expect that Lu Qingshang, a Zhao King stage expert, would actually launch a sneak attack from behind. If not for the fire symbol automatically activating at the moment of his life and death, Zhuowen's current condition would not be as simple as just being injured. Your reaction is not bad. You were actually able to dodge my attack. Lu Qingshang licked his lips as he laughed sinisterly. From Lu Qingshang's sneak attack to Zhuowen being injured and sent flying, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, they saw that Zhuowen had actually been sent flying backwards with injuries. For a moment, the entire open space became somewhat quiet. Everyone's gazes were somewhat puzzled as they stared at the black-robed Lu Qingshang. Everyone present naturally knew that the mysterious black-robed man in front of them was invited by Wang Yuanxing. Therefore, from their point of view, this person was most likely invited by Wang Yuanxing with a large sum of money. However, now that Wang Yuanxing was already dead, they did not expect that the black-robed man did not have the slightest intention of leaving. Instead, he wanted to kill Zhuowen. Dealing with the Zhuo family right now was not a wise decision. After all, the Wang family had already fallen. Even if the black-robed man killed Zhuowen, he did not seem to have promised him a reward after the event. However, everyone simply did not know that Lu Qingshang's real goal was not the reward from the Wang family, but the tyrannical blood Qianquan bag in Zhuowen's hands. Only he knew how precious the tyrannical blood Qianquan bag was. Zhuowen, now you'd better hand over the Qianquan bag. Perhaps this old man can still leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, this old man will let you experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Lu Qingshang's gaze stared straight at the youth in front of him as a strange laughter that was hard to hear came from his mouth. If you really want it, then come and take it yourself. However, I think this plan of yours will fail. That expert's Chinquin bag has long been hidden in a place that only I know of. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to obtain the Chinquin bag." Clutching his chest, Zhuowen coldly laughed as he spoke. What a stubborn fellow. However, you also know that this old man's patience is extremely limited. Since you don't want to hand it over, this old man can only kill you, then extract your soul and refine your memories. At that time, your soul will not fall into the cycle of reincarnation and will suffer eternally. Speaking up to here, Lu Qingshang's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and an endless amount of black gas enveloped his entire body like a blurry black fog. Soon after, it turned into a black arrow and fiercely flew toward Zhuowen. A wise man submits to circumstances. Since you don't know what's good for you, then you can die for this old man. Lu Qingshang's figure instantly arrived. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared above Zhuowen's head. Both of his hands swiped, and countless amounts of black gas turned into two huge black claws in his hands. Finally, they ruthlessly pierced towards Zhuowen's head. So fast, Lu Qingshang's speed immediately caused an uproar in the open space. When the crowd saw that Lu Qingshang had actually appeared above Zhuowen's head in an instant, a trace of regret appeared on their faces. They knew that under Lu Qingshang's attack, it would be very difficult for Zhuowen to escape. Although many people did not dare to underestimate Zhuowen because he had killed Wang Yuanxing with such a powerful force, they also knew that the main reason why Zhuowen was able to kill Wang Yuanxing was that Wang Yuanxing had been seriously injured in the battle with Zhuo Xiangding at the beginning. His strength had been reduced to less than 10%, which was why Zhuowen was able to kill him. However, Lu Qingshang was different. After all, Lu Qingshang's cultivation had reached the profound human king realm. Moreover, in the battle just now, his injuries were much smaller than Wang Yuanxing's. Therefore, Lu Qingshang was much more terrifying than Wang Yuanxing. I really didn't expect Zhuowen to die in the end. His performance today is just too dazzling. At such a young age, this young man was able to kill Chen Sheng, the head of the Chun family, and Wang Yuanxing, the head of the Wang family. With such strength and talent, even in the Qing Xian Empire, he would be considered a genius. It's just a pity that this young man will not be able to survive the attack of a profound human king realm expert. Chapter 152. Ice Fiend in the right hand, Black Flame in the left. Bang! A thunderous sound instantly rose from the ground. However, what caused the crowd to be shocked was that the youth on the empty ground was not killed by Lu Qingshang, as they had expected. Instead, he was still quietly standing at his original spot. Above the youth's head, a gigantic black spire had unknowingly appeared. It spanned across the empty space, coincidentally blocking Lu Qingshang's path. The intense sound disappeared like a night-blooming epiphyllum. Immediately, endless air waves surged out and swept in all directions. Quite a number of surrounding martial artists involuntarily retreated over a dozen steps before they were able to stabilize their footing. A muffled groan sounded out. Soon after, the crowd was shocked to see Lu Qingshang actually being sent flying a dozen steps by the black spire's immense power, only stopping his footsteps a short distance away. Lu Qingshang, if you want to touch my grandson, you'll have to get past me first. A beast-like roar instantly sounded out in the empty space. Soon after, a burly figure, like an arrow released from a bow, appeared on top of the black spire. His arms were crossed over his chest, as he coldly looked down at Lu Qingshang below. When everyone's gazes converged on this burly figure, the scene instantly fell into a strange silence. This silence only lasted for a moment before it exploded. A clamorous uproar swept across the empty space. Zhuo Xiangding? He can actually still move? Wasn't he seriously injured by Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang to the point where he could barely move? Why does he look so lively now? Although Zhuo Xiangding's aura is currently somewhat chaotic, it is much better than before. Moreover, it seems that the strength in his body has recovered quite a bit. The sounds of discussion continued without end. Everyone's gazes were puzzled as they looked at Zhuo Xiangding, who had appeared on top of the black spire. They could never have imagined that a person who was seriously injured and on the verge of death would now look completely fine. How is this possible? This old man knows the extent of the injuries on your body the best. It's impossible for you to recover from your injuries in such a short time. Not far away, Lu Qingshang clutched his chest as he stared at Zhuo Xiangding, who was standing on top of the black tower, and shouted hysterically. He had never thought that at the most crucial moment, his plan would be ruined by Zhuo Xiangding. Even if he was a good-tempered person, he would still feel anger in his heart. Zhuo Xiangding glanced indifferently at Lu Qingshang, whose face was filled with disbelief. Soon after, Zhuo Xiangding tilted his head slightly to look at the tall and straight figure of the youth below, as traces of gentleness appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen, the effect of your pill is really good. It can actually heal my injuries to such an extent in such a short period of time. This is really beyond my expectations. Zhuo Xiangding's voice was very soft, but the cultivators on the open ground were not mediocre. Naturally, they could hear the content of Zhuo Xiangding's words. From Zhuo Xiangding's words, it was not difficult to discover that the recovery of his injuries seemed to have an inseparable relationship with Zhuowen. It was even possible that his injuries were healed by Zhuowen. Thinking of this possibility, the way everyone looked at Zhuo Xiangding's figure suddenly changed. Even they did not expect that Zhuowen would have such a miraculous healing item on him. Grandfather, let's not talk about this for now. Let's deal with this guy in front of us first. Zhuowen nodded slightly, but in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the effect of the pill was beyond his expectations. That pill was refined from a type of fourth-grade pill that Zhuowen had obtained from the Tyrant Blood Universe bag. It had a very good suppressive effect on injuries. That's right. This person once wanted to destroy our Zhuo family. Our Zhuo family will not let him go. On the Black Tower, Zhuo Xiangding narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Let's do it." Zhuowen and Zhuo Xiangding looked at each other. Immediately, the two of them turned into phantoms and rushed directly toward Lu Qingshang. They knew that the real troublesome person this time was not Wang Yuanxing, but the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Qingshang, who had suddenly appeared. The cultivation of the profound human king realm was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare with. Humph! What's the use of your injuries being healed? After all, this old man's cultivation is one level higher than yours. Now that you have taken the initiative to attack, you are simply courting death. The corners of Lu Qingshang's mouth curled into a strange smile. Immediately, his hands formed a complicated seal. Then, his hands suddenly pressed against the ground. Suddenly, an endless amount of black gas floated up and enveloped Lu Qingshang's entire body. Since you insist on courting death, this old man will fulfill your wish. Heavenly demon body. An eerie voice suddenly spread out from the black fog. Immediately, two huge black palms violently blasted toward Zhuowen and Zhuo Xiangding, who were rushing toward them. Boom! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Endless black flames burst out from the fire rune and completely blocked the black palms. However, the powerful impact pushed Zhuowen's body back. After retreating more than 10 meters, Zhuowen twisted his waist and touched the ground with the tip of his foot. He stopped on the ground like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Zhuo Xiangding was also pushed back by the black palms. He landed on the ground not far from Zhuowen. After pushing back the two of them, the black palms retreated into the black fog like a tide. Then, a shrill scream suddenly spread out from the black fog. After a while, the black fog gradually dissipated. When the black fog finally dissipated, a black shadow that was almost 10 feet tall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw the face of the black shadow, they could not help but suck in a breath of air. Their eyes were filled with shock. The black shadow was almost 10 feet tall. Its head was almost as tall as two people. Its body was full of strong muscles, and its dark skin was shining with a black light. What was even more inconceivable was that the face of the black shadow was actually a fleshless skull. It looked exceptionally ferocious. Hee hee. I really did not expect that you would be able to force me to use the heavenly demon body. This old man has not used this kind of secret technique for hundreds of years. Therefore, you should be proud that you were able to force me to this extent. The 2 rows of teeth on the skull opened and closed, and a bone-chilling voice slowly spread out. Zhuowen and Zhuo Xiangding's eyes narrowed. Their faces became serious. They could feel that the strange giant in front of them contained an enormous amount of power. I really did not expect that Lu Qingshang did not use his full strength in the battle just now. This old man really hid his strength well. Zhuowen's expression tightened as he muttered to himself. Zhuowen, today, no matter what, you will hand over the Chinquan bag. Even if I have to extract your soul and refine it, I will make you tell me the whereabouts of the Chinquan bag. Also, no one from the Zhuo family can escape. This is the consequence of offending this old man. Lu Qingshang's feet, which were like iron pillars, suddenly stomped on the ground. Like a spring, he shot towards the place where Zhuo Wen and Zhuo Xiangding were. Wherever he passed, countless hurricanes exploded in the air, accompanied by the sound of air explosions. Zhuowen, this guy's strength has multiplied. I'm afraid that even if we attack together, we won't be his match. Zhuo Xiangding's face was full of seriousness. He glanced at the young man beside him and frowned. Grandpa, I still have a trump card in my hand. However, if I use this trump card, I'm afraid it will take some time. So, can you buy me some time? His eyes flickered for a while. Finally, a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Lu Qingshang's strength had already reached the profound human king realm. Now, because of the heavenly devil body, his strength had increased to another level. He was probably at the complete human king realm. Zhuo knew very well that even if the 2 of them joined forces, they would not be Lu Qingshang's match. It was only a matter of time before Lu Qingshang was defeated. So, thinking of this, Zhuowen took a deep breath and looked at the 2 runes on the back of his hands again. So, the only hope now was the Holy Ice-Fire rune. Only by using the Holy Ice-Fire rune to fuse the 2 extreme energies of ice and fire and create an explosive 5-colored energy ball, they might be able to defeat Lu Qingshang. Do you really have a way to defeat Lu Qingshang? Zhuo Xiangding's heart throbbed when he heard this. He looked deeply at the young man in front of him. He suddenly felt that his grandson had become more and more mysterious in his eyes. Even he was helpless against an expert like Lu Qingshang. Zhuowen actually said that he could defeat him. This was really beyond his expectations. Yes, Zhuowen nodded heavily. Good. Grandpa will do his best to help you delay Lu Qingshang. However, I'm afraid that I can't delay him for too long. So you'd better hurry. Zhuo Xiangding nodded slightly. Then, he dragged the gravity tower with his right hand and rushed toward Lu Qingshang without fear of death. Boom! In an instant, the 2 collided in the open space. As their fists and palms collided, countless shockwaves swept out. The invisible energy ripples even cracked the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged several blows. Without exception, Zhuo Xiangding was at an absolute disadvantage. Under Lu Qingshang's sharp attacks, Zhuo Xiangding could only rely on the power of the gravity tower to bitterly hold on. Looking at Zhuo Xiangding, who was at a disadvantage from the start, Zhuowen took a deep breath. Then he looked at the 2 runes on the back of his hands with a burning gaze. In fact, he also wanted to see the true power of the Holy Ice-Fire rune. Kid, have you really decided? A somewhat helpless sigh sounded in his mind. It was the voice of Xiao He, who had gone silent. The situation has reached a critical juncture. I don't have time to think about anything else. Zhuowen said with a forced smile. In that case, you should be careful. After all, the Holy Ice-Fire rune is not an ordinary item. Zhuowen nodded. Then, the 2 runes on the back of his hands lit up. The ice rune on his right hand emitted an icy blue glow, while the fire rune on his left hand emitted a black-red glow. The moment the 2 runes lit up, 2 surges of energy shot into the sky from Zhuowen's left and right hands. His right hand was filled with endless, icy, cold energy, while his left hand was filled with raging black flames. The moment Zhuowen summoned these two types of energy, the yuan energy in the entire open space began to boil. Then, countless gazes were attracted by the strange situation. Chapter 153. Erupt. Ice Flame Holy Symbol Zhua, Xiangding, and Lu Qingshang, who were originally engaged in an intense battle, paused for a moment due to the unusual situation on Zhuowen's side. The two of them turned their heads and looked over. They saw two strange symbols light up on the back of Zhuowen's hands. The one on his right contained an extremely dark ice fiendish aura, while the one on his left contained an extremely yang black flame. These two extreme energies basically filled the entire empty ground. At the same time, an energy ripple that caused one's heart to tremble swept out from these two extreme energies. This energy caused even Lu Qingshang's heart to involuntarily tremble. The eyes of the young man in the empty ground hardened in front of the attention of tens of thousands of people. Immediately, the two extreme energies in his left and right hands slowly moved closer to each other in front of everyone's stunned gazes. Don't tell me that this little fellow is planning to merge these two extreme energies? A somewhat shocking thought suddenly sounded within everyone's hearts. The young man's hands finally slowly came together the moment this thought appeared. Crack! A couple of glaring sparks suddenly surged out from between the young man's hands. At the same time, a sound similar to countless number of firecrackers was emitted from the young man's hands. It continued to crackle. Is this little fellow crazy? Regardless of whether it was the somewhat stunned Lu Qingshang or the surrounding onlookers, such a thought had appeared within their hearts at this moment. All of them had witnessed the might of the ice fiendish cold qi and the nirvana demon flame that were emitted from Zhuowen's hands. It was not an overstatement to say that the strength of any one of these two energies was completely comparable to the full force attack of a half-step to the illuminated king stage expert. Currently, if these two extremely frightening energies were to merge together, no one knew just how powerful the energy that was created would be. Moreover, forcefully merging these two extreme energies was likely to result in an intense explosion. If one was the slightest bit careless, it was likely that even Zhuowen himself would be completely destroyed by this frightening energy. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's current action was definitely a crazy act of seeking death in the eyes of everyone. Even Zhua, Xiangding's eyes were filled with doubt. Even he did not expect that the trump card that Zhuowen had mentioned was actually this. Crackle. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, the two energies in Zhuowen's hands finally merged together at the instant his hands came together. Immediately, countless sparks flew out from his hands like meteors that cut through the void, following which densely packed, muffled sounds of explosions continuously rang out from his hands. Bang! The moment the two energies fused, a gray ball with 5 colors flowing within it slowly appeared in Zhuowen's palms. However, this 5-color ball of energy was very unstable at this time. It was actually constantly changing shape in his palms, as if there was a creature constantly struggling inside. The explosion that everyone thought would happen did not occur in the hands of the young man. Although the fluctuation of the 5-colored energy ball in his hands became increasingly intense, it did not show the slightest sign of exploding. It was as though there was a strange strength in the hands of the young man that was doing its best to control this cluster of extremely unstable energy ball and maintain its stability. Lu Qingshang's eyes were just like an eagle's. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto the back of the young man's hands. Immediately, he saw two strange symbols flickering on the back of the young man's hands. As the symbols flickered, waves of strange energy were transmitted from the symbols into the 5-colored energy ball. Following the input of the strange energy from the symbols, the 5-colored energy ball maintained a kind of dynamic equilibrium. It did not explode as expected. Moreover, Lu Qingshang was shocked to discover that while the symbol on the back of the young man's hand maintained the balance of the 5-colored energy ball, it was also repeatedly pouring in the ice baleful cold qi and the nirvana demon flame into the 5-colored energy ball. Following the pouring in of these two extreme energies, the size of the five-colored energy ball also began to swell at a frightening speed. A terrifying aura that was like that of a wild beast also surged out from the five-colored energy ball. The appearance of this aura was like that of a mountain, pressuring quite a number of people until they could not breathe. What a powerful aura! Just what is the ball in Zhuowen's hands? Why does it possess such a terrifying aura? This aura is really too terrifying. It has basically far exceeded the range of the corporeal yang stage. Even when Lu Qingshang uses the sky demon body, it is not as terrifying as this aura. Don't tell me that the strength of this small five-colored energy ball has even exceeded that of an advanced human king stage expert. As the aura of the five-colored energy ball in Zhuowen's hands became increasingly terrifying, the atmosphere in the open space also became strange. Countless gazes gathered on the five-colored energy ball in Zhuowen's hands. Countless discussions also rose because of this. This symbol? Don't tell me that it is the legendary sacred symbol? Lu Qingshang's eyes widened as he stared intently at the flickering symbol on the back of Zhuowen's hand. As if he had recognized something, his expression suddenly changed greatly. I can't let this kid continue. This is something that only exists in legends. Even this old man can't withstand it. Damn it. How could this little brat have such a thing? Lu Qingshang was indeed an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. He was actually able to recognize the sacred symbol on the back of Zhuowen's hand. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Qingshang's foot suddenly stomped on the ground. His entire body was so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes of the two people present. He rapidly rushed towards Zhuowen. Lu Qingshang, your opponent is me. Don't even think about leaving. Zhuo Xiangding also saw the five-colored energy ball in Zhuowen's hand. When he saw that the former could actually control the five-colored energy ball, Zhuo Xiangding also let out a light sigh of relief. At this time, seeing that Lu Qingshang wanted to stop Zhuowen, Zhuo Xiangding naturally stood in front of him. Zhuo Xiangding, do you really think that this old man doesn't dare kill you? Lu Qingshang's eyes suddenly turned red. He could clearly feel that the energy in the five-colored energy ball in Zhuowen's hand was increasing at a rapid speed. As the energy of the five-colored energy ball continued to increase, the sense of crisis in Lu Qingshang's heart became even stronger. I must stop this little brat. Those who stand in my way die. With a roar, Lu Qingshang's arm muscles violently squirmed. Soon after, countless black gas surrounded his arms. Raging ghost red fist. A low roar came from his throat. Immediately, Lu Qingshang's right fist was like an indestructible iron fist. It fiercely slammed into the black tower in front of Zhuo Xiangding. The powerful force even shook the air, creating rings of shockwaves. Boom! The instant his fist smashed into the black tower, a thunderous roar that sounded like 10,000 bolts of lightning instantly exploded in the open space. Immediately after, under the force of Lu Qingshang's fist, the gigantic black tower was violently smashed dozens of feet into the ground, leaving only a few feet of the tower's tip above the ground. Zhuo Xiangding spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of the fist. His whole body was like a withered leaf, fiercely falling to the ground, creating a deep pit beside the black tower. Zhuo family brat, your luck is not bad. You actually have a legendary holy symbol. I think this holy symbol should be the greatest benefit you obtain from that expert's Cosmos sack. However, very soon, this holy symbol will belong to me, Lu Qingshang. The only outcome for you is death. The moment Lu Qingshang defeated Zhuo Xiangding in an instant, he was like an arrow released from a bow. He fiercely rushed towards a youth who was still controlling the five-color energy ball not far away. The fear in his eyes slowly faded away, replaced by extreme greed. The holy symbol was a legendary treasure of heaven and earth. According to the legends, if a warrior obtained the holy symbol, he would definitely become the supreme saint of the entire continent, standing at the pinnacle of the entire continent. Thinking of the various legends of the holy symbol, The greed in Lu Qingshang's eyes became more and more intense. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen was filled with cold, killing intent. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the holy symbol, he had to kill the youth in front of him. Lu Qingshang, I'm afraid that the holy symbol will be a hot potato for you. When the time comes, you might even have to pay with your life. Just as Lu Qingshang was about to reach the youth suddenly raised his head, the corners of his mouth revealing a strange smile. Then, under Lu Qingshang's narrowed gaze, the youth spread out his hands, and a five-colored energy ball suddenly appeared in front of Lu Qingshang's eyes. An inexplicable sense of danger instantly filled Lu Qingshang's mind. Soon after, he was shocked to find that the youth's right hand was holding the five-colored energy ball, and he was lightly throwing it in his direction. The five-colored energy ball suddenly shot towards Lu Qingshang's location at a dazzling speed. Wherever it passed, the air would boil, and loud rumbling sounds would constantly resound in the air. It was as if even space itself was about to be torn apart by this energy. Lu Qingshang suddenly screamed, and his whole body twisted in a strange posture. Soon after, his forward momentum suddenly came to a halt. Then, the tip of his foot suddenly pushed off the ground, and his whole body retreated in the opposite direction. Even he didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually complete the construction of the five-colored energy ball at this time. Moreover, the instant he was about to approach, Zhuowen suddenly threw the five-colored energy ball out. However, Lu Qingshang's retreating speed was clearly slower than the five-color energy ball. After retreating for a few dozen meters, the five-colored energy ball caught up with him. The instant the five-color energy ball neared Lu Qingshang, the gray ball suddenly contracted and then suddenly expanded. Then countless sparks burst out from the ball like a meteor shower. An uncontrollable explosion instantly exploded in the air. Boom! The destructive energy spread out from the air, and ripples appeared in the empty space. Not far away, a towering hill that reached into the clouds collapsed after the ripples spread out, turning into a deep pit. At the same time, at the instant the five-colored energy ball exploded, countless warriors on the open ground used their movement techniques, and after retreating extremely far away, they once again stopped and looked towards the open ground. The moment everyone left, the powerful energy ripples swept across the entire Wang family. In an instant, countless pavilions and towers in the Wang family were turned into dust by the energy ripples. Chapter 154. Shock and End. The multicolored energy ball exploded in the open space like a brilliant sun. Like a monstrous wave, it enveloped the entire open space. In an instant, the black flame waves and endless ice-blue cold air that soared into the sky interweaved into a dazzling gray energy pillar. The gray energy pillar was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the sky. It soared into the sky and pierced a hole in the fog layer in the sky. In the entire Rattan Armor City, countless warriors were attracted by the gray energy pillar that soared into the sky. When they felt the enormous power of the energy pillar that pierced through the sky, everyone's eyes became dull. A complicated mix of extreme cold and extreme heat instantly filled the entire Rattan Armor City. It was as if Rattan Armor City had sunk into a purgatory of ice and fire. Some people were sweating profusely from the extreme heat, while others were shivering from the extreme cold. This power is so strong. When did such a powerful warrior appear in our Rattan Armor City? Far away from the Wang family, many cultivators raised their heads and stared at the great energy pillar that shot into the sky. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. They could feel the enormous energy contained in the energy pillar that could destroy the world. Let's go and take a look. No one knew who said this, but the countless ancient martial art practitioners in Rattan Armor City all used their movement techniques and rushed towards the energy pillars. The densely packed figures were like locusts passing by as they approached the location of the energy pillars. When these cultivators arrived at their destination, they also discovered that the location of the energy pillar was actually where the Wang family was located. At this moment, a considerable number of cultivators had already gathered outside the Wang family. It's actually the Wang family. Could it be that the expert who created such a huge commotion is actually from the Wong family? The warriors who hurried over also recognized that this was the territory of the Wong family. A strange expression appeared on their faces, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with intense fear. If the Wong family really had such a strong person, perhaps the entire Rattan Armor City would become unstable. After all, the Wong family was famous for being overbearing in the entire Rattan Armor City. However, when these warriors who hurried oversaw the Wong family's residence through the gaps in the crowd in front of them, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because what appeared in front of them now was no longer the huge and prosperous residence of the past. Instead, it was merely a wasteland of broken walls and tiles. The Wong family's encampment, which was nearly 100 miles in radius, had been completely turned into ruins. There was not a single complete building to be found. There were only some broken bricks and broken pillars, as if it was a sign that this used to be a bustling mansion. The Wong family has actually been annihilated. The Rattan Armor City, Rattan Armor City, and Rattan Armor City, the Armor City, the Wong family clan residence, the Rattan Armor City, Rattan Armor City, Rattan Armor City, Rattan Armor City, as Rattan Clan Wong, and Wong Clan Wong, Wong Rattan Studio World Atlas and In World Studio, and regardless of whether it was in terms of high-end strength or overall strength, the Wong family was considered to be a huge force that was difficult to deal with. However, the huge force in the eyes of these Rattan Armor City cultivators had now become so weak. Who exactly reduced the Wong family to such a state? As their shock slowly faded, the minds of these Rattan Armor City cultivators were also filled with doubts. Just as these Rattan Armor City cultivators were guessing, the gray energy pillar that soared into the sky above the wasteland finally dissipated under everyone's gazes. Thump, thump, thump. The moment the gray energy pillar dissipated, footsteps that sounded like the beating of a heart slowly reverberated throughout the entire space. Immediately after, a faintly discernible figure quietly walked out from the gray darkness. When this figure finally appeared in front of everyone, everyone's eyes widened. This was because the owner of this figure was actually a young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. The young man's body was tall and slender, as tall and straight as a pine tree. However, at this moment, the young man's face was as pale as snow. His hands were actually covered with terrifying scars, and traces of cherry-red blood slowly flowed out from the scars. It was a demonic and gorgeous sight in the entire empty space. Thump, thump, thump. The moment the young man stepped out, he waved his right hand, and the three figures landed heavily on the ground like falling rocks. The muffled sound reverberated through the entire open space like a great bell, emitting a sound that shook people's hearts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, countless gazes gathered on the three figures below the young man's feet. When these gazes finally saw the true faces of the three figures, they could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. This was because among these three figures, two of them were actually familiar to them. The Chun family's head, Chun Sheng, and the Wong family's head, Wang Yuanxing. Both of their faces were pale and bloodless, and even their bodies did not have any aura to speak of. It was obvious that they were completely dead. Chun Sheng and Wang Yuanxing are both dead. Gazing at the two corpses lying at the young man's feet, everyone suddenly felt a sense of dizziness in their heads. They had never imagined that the heads of the Chun family and Wang family, two of the three great families of Rattan Armor City, would actually die at the same time. It should be known that Chun Sheng and Wang Yuanxing could be ranked among the top experts in Rattan Armor City. Chun Sheng's cultivation was half a step into the Zhao King realm, and Wang Yuanxing had broken through to the Zhao King realm. In Rattan Armor City, their strength was only below Gu Yu Tian and Gu Lai. However, even with such powerful strength, they were still killed. This unexpected outcome immediately caused many ancient martial art practitioners to think that they were hallucinating. However, Very quickly, these ancient martial art practitioners' gazes once again gathered on the young man. After observing for a long time, someone finally recognized that this young man was actually Zhuowen, who had been in the limelight recently in Rot-Tan Armor City. Could it be that Chun Sheng and Wang Yuanxing were both killed by Zhuowen? Suddenly, a somewhat inconceivable thought filled everyone's minds. Immediately, these people's gazes toward Zhuowen suddenly became somewhat inexplicably shocked. Everyone still remembered that although the young man in front of them had been in the limelight during the battle in the market half a year ago, his strength was only around the Yin Void realm. He had not even reached the corporeal Yang realm. However, after half a year, he could actually kill an ancient martial art practitioner of the Zhao King realm by himself. Although Wang Yuanxing's realm was the lowest in the Zhao King realm and was only around the initial human king realm, with such strength, even an ancient martial art practitioner of the Zhao King realm might not necessarily be able to kill him. The Wang family and the Chun family are finished. The Zhou family is truly going to rise. Looking at the young man covered in blood on the open ground, everyone could not help but tremble in their hearts. They knew that the Zhou family had produced such a monstrous figure. The rise of the Zhou family would be unstoppable. Unlike the complicated feelings of the warriors who had arrived late, the forces that had been invited by the Wang family from the beginning were all stunned in place. They were at the front of the open ground, but their gazes were not on Chun Sheng and Wang Yuanxing. Instead, they were more concerned with the other withered corpse. This corpse was very strange. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it had been poisoned. Moreover, there was almost no flesh on its body, as if it was just skin and bones. Now, it was not conspicuous among the three corpses. Some of the warriors who had arrived late simply ignored this corpse. Instead, they paid more attention to the corpses of Chun Sheng and Wang Yuanxing. They thought that Lu Qingshang's corpse was an insignificant person. However, these forces knew that Lu Qingshang's strength was the strongest among the three, especially after he used the celestial devil body. His strength had almost reached the exceptional human king realm, far surpassing that of Chun Sheng and Wang Yuanxing. Originally, these forces had thought that the final victor would be Lu Qingshang. However, the reality in front of them was that Lu Qingshang had turned into a corpse, while Zhuowen was still standing in place. On the open ground, Zhuowen stared at the three corpses at his feet and sighed softly. Zhuowen was also surprised by the power of the holy symbol of ice fire. Even an expert like Lu Qingshang could not resist such power. However, after letting out a light sigh, a heavy sense of fatigue assaulted his heart. His footsteps staggered, and Zhuowen actually fell back involuntarily. It seems that the price of using the holy symbol of ice fire is really high. Now, the yuan power in my body is almost exhausted, and the muscles all over my body are broken in many places. I can't exert any strength at all. With a bitter smile, Zhuowen slowly fell back. However, the moment he fell, a strong black shadow suddenly rushed over from afar and caught Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen, you did well. I really did not expect that you would be able to kill Lu Qingshang in the end. You are indeed the son of the third brother. Haha. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen looked at the white-haired old man in front of him and said with a smile, "Grandfather, if it was not for you, I am afraid that even I would not have been able to defeat Lu Qingshang. Let's not talk about this now. Your injuries are very serious. You need to quickly go back and recuperate. Otherwise, there will be hidden dangers in the future. Grandfather will take you home now." Zhuo Xiangbing gently channeled Yuan power into Zhuowen's body. Then he supported Zhuowen and gathered the people of the Zhuo family to leave the ruins of the Wang family. This time, the Zhuo family did not lose much. Although the two important figures, Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, were seriously injured, it was not a big deal. Before the Zhuo family left, they naturally looted some of the undamaged areas of the Wang family. Watching the Zhuo family leave, the other forces outside the open space did not dare to make the slightest move. Although the important figures of the Zhuo family seemed to be seriously injured, the shocking strength of the Zhuo family had already shocked all the warriors present. The Qin family, the Wang family, and an expert in the advanced human king realm could not defeat the Zhuo family. It seems that the rise of the Zhou family is unstoppable. Chapter 155. To have a great reputation, the battle between the three great families finally came to an end with the deaths of Lu Qingshang and Wang Yuanxing. At the moment of their deaths, everyone knew that even though the Wang and Chun families were well prepared, not only were they unable to defeat the Zhou family, but they had also paid a huge price under the retaliation of the Zhou family. And the price for this was the eternal decline of the two great families. Having lost their pillars of support, the status of the Wang and Chun families in Rattan Armor City would rapidly decline. It would be impossible for them to regain their former glory. This time, the conflict led by the Wang family had caused the Zhou family's reputation to soar. No one dared to look down on this previously low-profile family anymore. Aside from the Zhou family's reputation, there was also one person who became the talk of the town. This person was the Zhou family's younger generation member, Zhuowen. This young man, who had single-handedly killed the leaders of the Chun and Wang families, had now become the idol of all the young warriors in Vine Armor City. After defeating the Chun and Wang families, the Zhou family also took over the two families' businesses. The Zhou family could be considered to be at the peak of Rattan Armor City. Without the suppression and threat of the Wang and Chun families, the Zhou family was fully deserving of being the #1 family in Rattan Armor City. With such fame, it attracted many experts to join the Zhou family. The addition of these experts made the Zhou family quite happy. After all, the Zhou family had suffered a great loss in the battle with the Wang and Qin families. Now was the time to recruit more people. With the continuous addition of warriors, the strength of the Zhou family also soared like never before. While Zhou Xiangding and the others were busy cleaning up the aftermath of the battle, Zhuowen had returned to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's training room and was quietly recuperating. Zhuowen's injuries were quite serious, and they were almost all caused by the backlash of the Ice Fire Holy Symbol. However, with the nourishment of the countless pills in his Qinkuan bag and the undying essence in his body, his injuries were gradually recovering at an astonishing speed. Ever since that battle, Zhuo Wen's identity as a Rank 2 Arcana Master had been exposed. Coupled with his glorious achievements in the battle, his status in the Zhou family had reached an extremely high level. Even Zhou Xiangding would speak to his grandson with a kind and proud expression. Within the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's technique training room, Zhuowen sat cross-legged quietly as strands of origin energy surged into his body like a tide before finally converging into his dantian, completely enriching it. As he cultivated his origin energy, the Ice Fire Holy Symbol on the back of Zhuowen's hands constantly emitted a faint light in the dim room. As the symbol's surface flickered, the origin energy in Zhuowen's dantian and spiritual power in his Naiwan Palace actually beat like a heart. The beating sound was extremely rhythmic, and with this beating sound, the origin energy in Zhuowen's dantian and spiritual power in his Naiwan Palace actually increased at an astonishing speed. During this cultivation, Zhuowen truly felt the enormous benefits that the Ice Fire Holy Symbol brought to him. Without mentioning the Holy Symbol's powerful destructive power, just the ability to continuously absorb origin energy from the outside world and use it to nourish one's own origin energy and spiritual power was already an extremely heaven-defying existence. In other words, even if Zhuowen didn't focus on cultivation, with the Ice Fire Holy Symbol, the origin energy and spiritual power in Zhuowen's body would still increase by quite a bit. This kind of growth was ongoing at every moment. This was just like when Zhuowen was on Earth in his previous life, playing games with a plugin. Even if the player wasn't playing the computer, the character's experience in the game would still increase at every moment. No wonder it's said in the legends that once a warrior obtains a holy symbol, he can almost become a saint. With the holy symbol's heaven-defying effect, as long as his aptitude isn't too bad, he can almost climb to the peak. Zhuowen exhaled softly and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze focused on the runes on the back of his hands as he spoke with some pleasant surprise. "Kid, you also felt the benefits that the holy symbol brought to you, right? Back then, this dragon lord let you obtain the holy symbol. It was all for you." Xiaohei appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder at some point in time. He crossed his paws and sat on Zhuowen's shoulder as he chuckled. Zhuowen rolled his eyes. Xiaohei's skin was really thick. He was obviously trying to recover his origin, but now he was saying it in such a dignified manner. This made Zhuowen a little speechless. However, the benefits that the ice-fire holy symbol brought to Zhuowen did indeed make him quite satisfied. Zhuowen was actually quite grateful to the somewhat arrogant Xiaohei. With the ice-fire holy symbol, your origin should be able to recover very quickly. Zhuowen glanced at Xiaohei and chuckled. The holy symbol does have some indescribable benefits for the stabilization and recovery of the soul. However, the ice-fire holy symbol on your body is only a trace of origin. The effect isn't as good as expected. If I had the complete ice-fire holy symbol, I'm afraid that this Dragon Lord's origin would be able to recover by more than half. Xiaohei pursed his lips and shrugged helplessly as he spoke. It was obvious that he had some complaints about the fact that the ice-fire holy symbol was only a trace of origin. The complete ice-fire holy symbol. According to the remnant image in the ice-fire holy symbol, if I want to obtain the complete ice-fire holy symbol, then I have to pass through the first 8 levels of the ice-fire dual hall of Divine Academy. It seems that I have to gather some information about Divine Academy. Zhuowen muttered to himself. I think that cheap master of yours might know a little. After all, he is a grade 3 Arcana master. His experience should be much richer than a young brat like you. Xiaohei rubbed his chin with his little paws as he spoke indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard this. It seemed that he could only ask Grandmaster Karaki for help. However, Master Karaki and City Lord Guyu Tian should still be in the prefecture capital. I heard from Grandfather that they have gone to participate in a grand event and will only be back in about a month. Now, I have to wait for them to come back before I can go and ask them. It just so happens that I can use this 1 month to break through my current realm. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. His cultivation had already reached level 8 of the Yin Void realm. However, after the battle with the Wang family, Zhuowen had gained some insights and the origin energy in his body had increased a lot. Now, with the ice-fire holy symbol's incredible effect, Zhuowen could feel that he was about to break through again. It seems that the progress is a little slow. Zhuowen shook his head helplessly. Then he sat down cross-legged and began his boring meditation. However, if Zhuo Xiangding and the others heard what Zhuowen said, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. It should be known that Zhuowen had just broken through to level 8 of the Yin Void realm. Now that he was about to break through again, how could he say that the progress was too slow? In the dimly lit hall of the governor's mansion, a burly figure sat quietly on the main seat. The atmosphere was a little strange. In the middle of the hall, a black-clothed man knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Lord Gulai, the Wang family and the Chun family are finished. The Wang family and the Chun family joined forces, but they were still no match for the Zhuo family. I remember that Wang Yuanxing has already reached the initial human king realm. This kind of strength should be considered the top power in Rattan Armor City. The burly figure slowly stood up from the main seat. Under a ray of light, a resolute and upright face was revealed. This person was Gulai, who had some conflicts with Zhuowen. At the same time, he was also the second most powerful expert in the governor's mansion. At this moment, Gulai's face showed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that the Wang family and the Chun family would still be no match for the Zhuo family. I heard that the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding, has also reached the initial human king realm. Moreover, he has a medium-level spiritual treasure. The black-clothed man lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, Medium-level spiritual treasure? I did not expect the Zhuo family to be so well hidden. They actually have a medium-level spiritual treasure. This is really unexpected. However, I remember that Wang Yuanxing has a backup plan. I heard that Lu Qingshang of Luchuan Town is working with him. That old bastard Lu Qingshang's cultivation has reached the initial human king realm. Even if Zhuo Xiangding has a medium-level spiritual treasure, he is still no match for two human King Realm warriors. Gu Lai's eyes flickered. However, there was a hint of doubt in his tone. Is indeed as you have said. However, there was an unforeseen event midway. That is, Zhuan of the Zhui family appeared in the end. As soon as he appeared, he killed Chun Sheng of the Chun family. At the same time, he challenged Wang Yuanqing alone and caused Wang Yuanqing's death. In the end, he joined forces with Zhua, Xiangding, and forcefully combined the energy of ice and fire to create a powerful energy ball that killed Lu Qingshan. When the black-clothed man said this, his breathing quickened. Obviously, even he was shocked by Zhuan's achievements. Zhuan? You are saying that Chun Sheng, who is half a step to the King Zhao realm, and Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshan, who are both in the King Zhao realm, were all killed by Zhuan? Crack! Gu Lai's hands trembled slightly. He suddenly crushed the teacup in his hand. His pupils shrank to the size of needles as he spoke in disbelief. Sir, this is absolutely true. The little guy was at the scene at that time. Moreover, the gray energy pillar that shot into the sky yesterday was created by Zhuan. He used this move to kill Lu Qingshan. Moreover, Zhuan's mental energy has reached the second level. When the black-clothed man saw that Gu Lai was showing signs of anger, his entire body trembled violently. However, he still did not change his words. Gu Lai frowned slightly as he looked deeply at the black-clothed man. He muttered to himself for a moment before he finally sighed and said, I really did not expect that Zhuan could develop to such an extent in such a short period of time. This speed is simply monstrous. It is really unwise to go against this kid now. Help me issue an order. In the future, you are not allowed to go against the Zhua family. Also, prepare a gift tomorrow and send it to the Zhua family as a token of our appreciation. After dismissing the black-clothed person, Gu Lai suddenly stared blankly at the top of the hall. His mind once again recalled the unyielding and tenacious expression on the young man's face during the battle in the market. At that moment, he had faintly guessed that this child was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 156. Chung long time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the training room of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, a ray of warm sunlight shone through the gaps between the windows. A tall and straight figure appeared tranquil and serene under the illumination of the light. Right at this moment, the young man's eyes suddenly opened wide, and then a strand of bright light surged out explosively from his eyes. Creak! Suddenly, the young man stood up. The muscles all over his body were like countless worms at this moment, squirming continuously. At the same time, a clear sound of bones dislocating sounded. Raising his head to the sky, he howled. A surging aura instantly burst forth from the youth's body. The surrounding Yuan Qi transformed into a violent and powerful hurricane that swept out in all directions. Rumble! A muffled, thunder-like sound was emitted from the young man's body. Soon after, the aura within the young man's body soared to the extreme. When this aura reached its peak, an invisible air wave rose within the room, causing the tables, chairs, and other furniture in the room to fall into disarray. The 9th level of the Void realm? But with this kid's character, I'm afraid he won't stop at just advancing to this stage. A Xiaohei dog said thoughtfully as it hovered in midair. Its narrow black eyes stared quietly at the young man in front of it. As soon as Xiaohei finished speaking, the young man in front of her patted his chinquin bag with his right hand. Then, he took out 10 medicinal pills with great medicinal strength. With a clench of his hand, the medicinal pill was instantly crushed. An endless amount of medicinal energy formed a layer of misty fog around the young man. Subsequently, the young man's chest contracted and tightened as he inhaled all the surrounding medicinal energy into his mouth in one breath. The Tyrant Blood Chinquin bag contained a terrifying amount of elixirs. Therefore, Zhuan had no shortage of elixirs. It could be said that he could use as many elixirs as he wanted. As the young man inhaled the medicinal power, his aura rose again. However, when his aura reached the peak of the 9th level of the Void realm, it was as slow as a tortoise. The young man seemed to have noticed this phenomenon. He took out 10 more elixirs from his chinquin bag and crushed them all. Similarly, he absorbed all of the medicinal power. With the support of the medicinal power, the stagnant aura in the young man's body moved again. It immediately broke through the peak of the 9th level of the Void realm and reached the half-step to the Yang realm. However, after reaching this stage, the young man's aura time stopped moving. The young man narrowed his eyes. He knew that he could only reach the half-step corporeal Yang stage. If he wanted to reach the corporeal Yang stage, he needed to have a certain level of comprehension. After all, Zhuan had only cultivated for a short period of time, so his comprehension was naturally not deep enough. At his age, he was already considered a monster to have reached the half-step to corporeal Yang realm. It seems that I can't break through the shackles of the Void stage and reach the Yang corporeal stage. Of the Void realm. Boy, your progress is too fast. I remember that it took you less than half a year to reach the half-step Yang corporeal realm from the beginning of the Void realm. TSK. With this kind of speed, even those top geniuses wouldn't be too far off. Martial arts are also afraid of your impatience. It's better to take it slow. Blackie crossed its paws in front of its chest and sneered with a hint of mockery. Faced with Xiao Hei's mockery, Zhuan scratched his head awkwardly. Xiao Hei's words made sense. He was indeed too greedy. Now that he thought about it, his progress in martial arts had left many of his peers far behind. Now that he had the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol, his true strength could be ranked among the top in Rattan Armor City. Boy, the backlash that the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol has on you is a little large. After all, regardless of whether it is the Nirvana Demon Flame or the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye Cold Aura, these two kinds of energy are both man-grade energies. Once the two are merged, the 5-colored energy ball that is created will reach the Earth-grade level. That level is already comparable to the attack of a Zhao King stage expert. That level of energy is not something you can withstand now. The best way now is to not casually use the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol to combine the Nirvana Demon Flame and the Heaven Fiend Dark Eyes Cold Air. However, if you use a lower-level common-grade Ice-Fire energy, the backlash will be much smaller. Xiao Hei rubbed her chin and said cautiously, "Common-grade Ice-Fire energy?" Zhuan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Yes, if two types of common-grade Ice-Fire energy are combined, the 5-color energy ball created should reach the human grade. An ordinary corporeal Yang realm expert would find it difficult to resist the power of a human-grade 5-colored energy ball. Xiao Hei nodded. The cold air under Tianju Cliff should have a strength of a common grade. If you can find a common grade flame energy, you can use these two types of low-level energy to practice the secret of the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol's fusion. Zhuan nodded. The world was fair. If one wanted to obtain great strength, one must pay a corresponding price. The Ice-Fire Holy Symbol in Zhuan's hand was a double-edged sword. If he wanted to completely control the Holy Symbol, he would need quite a lot of time. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that a month has passed, it is likely that the City Lord and Master Tsangmu should be back. Moreover, the time for the Yuan Energy Towers competition should be arriving soon. Zhuan slowly stood up. His gaze passed through the window and directly looked in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. In the sky above, there was a huge black shadow that was rapidly approaching Rattan Armor City. Swoosh! The loud sound of something breaking through the air instantly rang out in Rattan Armor City. Rattan Armor City also darkened because of this. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. They were shocked to discover that a huge arc had unknowingly appeared above them. The arc was dozens of feet in size. It was richly decorated and glittered with jewels. At the front of the arc was a huge dragon's head. The dragon's head looked very lifelike. Those huge dragons' eyes seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Once the arc appeared above Rattan Armor City, an extremely powerful aura instantly filled the entire city. It was like a mountain pressuring many warriors to the point that they couldn't breathe. That is, Zhuan's gaze narrowed. His figure flashed and disappeared from the training room. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Zhuai family courtyard. At this moment, the Zhua family courtyard was densely packed with warriors. Among them were Zhuan's grandfather, Zhua Xiangding, first Uncle Zhua Baitian, second Uncle Zhua Dingtian, and other important members of the Zhua family. At this moment, almost all of them were gathered in the Zhua family courtyard. Zhuan's appearance instantly caused a commotion in the courtyard. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the youth who had just appeared. Their gazes were filled with crazed passion. Ever since he had made a name for himself in the battle with the Wang family, Zhuan's reputation in the Zhua family had even surpassed that of Zhua Xiangding, the head of the Zhua family. Everyone in the Zhua family knew that the youth in front of them, who still looked a little immature, had an enormous amount of power in his body. Even someone as strong as Chun Sheng, who was half a step into the Zhao King realm, and Wang Yuanxing, who was already at the Zhao King realm, had fallen at the hands of this youth in front of them. Zhua Xiangding also saw Zhuan at a glance. His eyes instantly lit up. With a hearty laugh, he strode toward Zhuan. "Grandfather, what is that arc that appeared in the sky?" Zhuan pointed at the arc in the sky and asked curiously. Patting Zhuan's shoulder, Zhua Xiangding frowned slightly and said, "If this old man's guess is correct, the arc in the sky should be the Chenglong." Chenglong? Zhuan became even more confused. "Zhuan, it's normal that you don't know about it. Actually, this Chenglong is a high-grade spiritual treasure. It is the exclusive mount of the house of Marquis Qin in Muqing County. Its speed is extremely fast, and it can travel hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. It is a top-grade flying spiritual treasure that is most suitable for long-distance travel." Zhua Baitian, who was behind him, suddenly opened his mouth and patiently explained to Zhuan. However, his eyes were filled with deep envy. High-grade spiritual treasure? Someone from the house of Marquis Qin? Zhuan was startled, but his eyes soon revealed a trace of surprise. Wasn't the Marquis of Muqing the ruler of the entire Muqing County? That was a supreme expert who controlled an entire county. His strength had even surpassed the ultimate Emperor realm and reached the fourth revered Emperor realm. Zhuan did not expect that someone from the house of Marquis Qin would come to a small, remote city like Rattan Armor City. This was somewhat abnormal. "Grandfather, do you know why someone from the house of Marquis Qin would come to our small Rattan Armor City? After all, our Rattan Armor City is only an insignificant, low-grade city." Looking at Zhua Xiangding, who was frowning in front of him, Zhuan asked curiously, "I'm not sure either. However, I'm afraid that Rattan Armor City will become very lively soon. Let's go take a look first." The windy ship seems to have stopped above the governor's mansion. I can feel the auras of Master Tsangmu and Lord Gucheng from there. These two lords should be on the windy ship as well. Zhua Xiangding shook his head helplessly. Then, he brought a few important people with him and flew towards the governor's mansion. Zhuan's eyes flashed. He also used his movement technique and followed closely behind Zhua Xiangding and the others. Apart from the Zhua family, many other factions in Rattan Armor City had similar thoughts as Zhua Xiangding. They all brought their trusted subordinates and headed towards the governor's mansion. Inside the Wind Rider, on the incomparably huge deck, a young girl in a green dress with bright eyes and white teeth, her eyes like water and skin like snow, silently stood at the very front of the deck. A trace of craftiness flashed across her watery eyes. Behind the young girl stood an old man in his 70s with a head full of silver hair and a young man in blue robes with a folding fan in his hand. The old man in the long robes gave off a faint sense of oppression. The aura he gave off was even stronger than Guyu Tian's. Clearly, this old man was either a heavenly king or an ultimate emperor realm expert. Behind them were the respectful Guyu Tian and Master Tsangmu. The two of them did not have their usual arrogance. Instead, they were much more humble. "Master Tsangmu, I heard that a new Arcana Master has appeared in your little Rattan Armor City. I also heard that it's a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Looks like your Rattan Armor City is really a place of good feng shui. Such a rare Arcana Master has appeared in your Rattan Armor City." The young girl in the green dress looked around and stopped at Master Tsangmu, who had his head lowered. Her bell-like laughter rang out, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Chapter 157. From the county capital. When Master Karaki heard the girl mention Zhuowen, he was stunned at first. Then, a kind and proud expression appeared on his face. He bowed respectfully and said with a smile, "Ninth Commandery Princess, thank you for your praise. Zhuowen does have the talent to be an arcanist. His talent is much higher than mine." Zhuowen? So that little fellow is called Zhuowen. This princess did not expect that your disciple's talent is actually higher than your master's. Doesn't that mean that your disciple should be able to become a 4th-rank Arcana Master if nothing unexpected happens? According to Master Karaki, the girl in the green dress was actually a Commandery Princess, which meant that the girl in the green dress should be the biological daughter of Marquis Muchin. Such an identity was extremely prominent in the Commandery capital. It was unexpected that the 9th Commandery Princess would come to a small place like Rattan Armor City. The eyes of the blue-clothed young man and the old man behind her narrowed slightly when they heard the green-dressed young lady's words. With their status, they naturally did not care about a rank 3 Arcana Master. However, if it was a rank 4 Arcana Master, even they did not dare to slight him. I say, Karaki, are you sure that your disciple's talent is above yours? You should know that it's already quite inconceivable for a grade 3 Arcana Master like you to appear in Vine Armor City. If a grade 4 Arcana Master appears, your Vine Armor City will probably directly become a mid-tier city. The old man with a head full of silver hair gently stroked his white beard as he stared at Tsangmu behind him. His tone was filled with a strong, interrogative tone. Master Karaki's expression froze, and his face turned red. Although he was angry at the old man's questioning, he did not dare to refute, because the seemingly ordinary silver-haired old man in front of him was a genuine peak Heavenly King powerhouse. If he had a sudden epiphany, he might be able to directly advance to the ultimate Emperor realm. Guyu Tian's strength was only at the Earth King realm, which was one level lower than the old man in front of him. Moreover, this old man was the personal bodyguard of the 9th Commandery Princess and was responsible for her personal safety. With such a status, even Tsangmu did not dare to offend him. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Guyu Tian, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Tsangmu, who was beside him, and sighed softly. He then smiled and said, "Master Lingju, you don't know. Zhuowen's spiritual force, Master Kuraki's spiritual power, is advanced. Spiritual power's talent is indeed not weak." Once Guyu Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place froze for a moment. Even the old man named Ling Ju's expression could not help but turn sluggish. His hand that was stroking his beard even paused for a moment. Spiritual, master's spiritual power? Is this true? Ling Ju's eyes lit up as he looked at Guyu Tian and asked seriously. Even the blue-clothed young man, who had been acting like he did not care, could not help but pause his right hand that was holding a folding fan. He also stared at Guyu Tian. On the other hand, the 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes were full of interest. Even she did not expect that in such a remote place like Rattan Armor City, there would be a genius with a high level of mental energy talent. It was rare to see such a genius even in Muchin Commandery. Guyu Tian lowered his head slightly and said softly, "This is true. After all, Tsangmu personally tested him. There shouldn't be any mistake." Haha, if it's really like what you said, then this kind of genius can't be buried. Such a talent should be brought to the Arcane Guild in the county capital to develop. Otherwise, if he stays in Rattan Armor City, wouldn't it be a waste of his talent? Ling Ju's eyes softened. If Zhuowen's spiritual power was advanced spiritual power, as Guyu Tian said, then such a genius must be given the best resources. And such a place naturally belonged to none other than the Arcane Guild. I have the same idea. However, Zhuowen's cultivation time is too short. It hasn't even been a year, so his spiritual power may not have reached level 1. That's why I didn't bring him to the Arcane Guild. Once this kid's spiritual power reaches level 1, I will bring him to the Arcane Guild for a series of tests to register the mark of an Arcanist. Seeing the change in attitude of Lingju and the others, Sangmu's mood improved. At the same time, his heart was filled with pride. After all, he was lucky enough to have such a talented disciple as a level 3 Arcanist. Oh, not level 1 yet? You're right. It's more appropriate to send this kid to the Arcane Guild after his spiritual power reaches level 1. When Lingju heard this, the glow in his eyes slowly faded away. Although his mental energy talent was indeed very high, since he had not even reached the first grade, it was not that amazing. At the very most, it would only make people gasp in amazement. After all, he had seen many talented geniuses fall in the middle of their cultivation. The shock on the face of the youth in blue disappeared. Only the corner of his mouth twitched, and his face showed a look of indifference again. His thoughts were similar to Lingju's. After all, no matter how talented a genius was, if he did not grow up, then everything would be in vain. At the same time, the interest in the 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes had also faded a little. Grandmaster Karaki saw the changes in the expressions of the 3 people in front of him. Although he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, the 3 people in front of him were after all above him in terms of status and strength. He did not dare to make irresponsible remarks in front of them. Therefore, he could only swallow this frustration into his stomach. Bang! A slight vibration slowly came from the entire arc. Soon after, the arc began to slowly descend, and very quickly, it landed on the ground. Looks like we have arrived at Rattan Armor City. Let's go down too. Lingju indifferently gazed at the countless human figures gathered outside the arc. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of Yuan power. Immediately, the gigantic wind rider beneath his feet shrunk at an astonishing speed. Finally, it transformed into a palm-sized boat that sat in his palm. The place where Lingju and the rest landed was the Godstone Square of Rattan Armor City. Due to the landing of the windy arc, almost all the ancient martial art practitioners of Rattan Armor City had gathered in the square. These ancient martial art practitioners all stared strangely at the few people who had suddenly appeared. However, when they realized that among the few people who had suddenly appeared, there was actually City, Lord Guyu Tian, and Master Tsangmu, it immediately caused an uproar. What made them even more surprised was that Guyu Tian and Master Tsangmu seemed to be very respectful towards the 3 people standing in front of them. Everyone knew that the 3 people who had appeared in the square were probably of high status. Otherwise, City Lord Guyu Tian and the Grade 3 Arcana Master Tsangmu would not be so respectful towards the 3 people. At the end of the Divine Stone Plaza, the muscular Gu Lai had already led a group of people to wait for a long time. When he saw Guyu Tian and the rest, his eyes immediately glowed. With a few large strides, he led the group behind him and arrived in front of Guyu Tian before he knelt down on one knee and bowed. Gu Lai welcomes the return of the city lord. Guyu Tian gently helped Gu Lai up. Soon after, he pointed his right hand at Lingju and the other 2 people in front of him and said, "These 3 are all important people from the province. The girl in the green dress is the 9th daughter of Muqin Marquis, the 9th princess. That young man is the 2nd son of Marquis Baichuan, Suchong. The last one is the captain of the guards of the house of Marquis Qin. They are all extremely important." When Gu Lai heard this, his body trembled. The gaze he used to look at Lingju and the other 2 immediately became respectful. He did not think that the 3 people's identities would be so extraordinary. Marquis Muqin was the ruler of the entire Muqin County. It could be said that he was the strongest person in the county. It was said that his strength had reached the level of the 4th sovereign. Marquis Baichuan was also a Marquis-level expert in Muqin County. Although he was not as strong as Marquis Muqin, he had also reached the level of the ultimate emperor stage. He was quite famous in the entire Muqin County. Among the 3 people in front of him, 2 of them were actually the direct descendants of Muqin Marquis and Baichuan Marquis. The other person even possessed quite a high status within Muqin Marquis estate. Such a noble status was something that even Gu Lai would have a hard time meeting. However, now that he had met all three of them at once, it caused Gu Lai's heart to feel a little weak. Gu Yutian found it a little funny as he stared at the slightly weak Gu Lai in front of him. This was the first time he had seen the fearless Gu Lai reveal such a weak expression today. Gu Lai, nothing major should have happened in Rattan Armor City during the month that I was gone, right? Gu Yutian patted Gu Lai's shoulder and asked with a smile. When Gu Lai heard this, a trace of hesitation immediately appeared on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Governor, the Wang and Chun clans have been destroyed while you were gone. Gu Yutian had originally only asked casually. In his opinion, it was impossible for too many major events to have happened in Rattan Armor City in a short span of a month. However, when he heard this, he was immediately stunned. He dug his ears and asked again, What did you say? The Wang and Chun clans have been destroyed? Who did it? Gu Yutian's voice also attracted the attention of Lingjiu and the others. The three of them did not know the Wang and Chun clans, so they did not think too much about the destruction of these two clans. However, Master Karaki's expression suddenly changed. The Wang and Chun clans were the three great clans of Rattan Armor City. Which faction in Rattan Armor City had the power to destroy these two clans at the same time? It was the Zhua family. Gu Lai hesitated again and again, but still spoke the truth in the end. The Zhua family? That's impossible. The Zhua family's strength is ranked at the bottom among the three great clans. How could they destroy the Wang and Qin clans? Moreover, didn't Wang Yuanxing break through to the initial human king realm a month ago? With such strength, could it be that the Zhua family has someone who can match him? Gu Yutian's expression became even more confused. However, Gu Lai's following words truly shocked the governor. Governor, the Chun clan's patriarch Chun Sheng, the Wang clan's patriarch Wang Yuanxing, and the Lu clan's ancestor Lu Qingsheng of Luchuan Town were all killed by Zhuan alone. Among them, Chun Sheng was at the half-step corporeal Yang realm, Wang Yuanxing was at the initial human king realm, and Lu Qingsheng was at the advanced human king realm. All three of them were killed by Zhuan alone. Gu Lai bitterly smiled as he spoke a sentence that caused Gu Yutian to be stunned. Even Grandmaster Tsang Mu's expression froze at this moment. Chapter 158. Ancient Cavern. Chun Sheng and Wang Yuanxing were really killed by Zhuan alone. Wang Yuanxing's cultivation is at the initial human king realm. How could someone like him be killed? Gu Yutian picked his ears again. His eyes suddenly bulged as he looked at Gu Lai and asked. Gu Lai laughed bitterly. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, This is absolutely true. Even Lu Qingsheng, who was at the profound human king realm, was killed by Zhuan when he was fighting against the Zhua family, let alone Wang Yuanxing, who was at the initial human king realm. Zhuan seems to have had some fortuitous encounters. His cultivation base is not high, but his methods are extremely strange. Lingjiu and the other two had also heard it clearly. They were not unfamiliar with the Zhuan that Gu Lai had mentioned. Wasn't he the disciple with high-grade mental energy talent that Tsang Mu had mentioned earlier? From what Tsang Mu had said, his disciple, Zhuan, was only 15 or 16 years old. Could it be that a young man like him was strong enough to defeat a great perfection human king? Only those in the perfection of the human king realm, or even the earth king realm, could kill a great accomplishment of the human king realm. Could it be that there was such a young earth king realm expert in Rattan Armor City? They had never heard of such a young earth king realm martial artist. No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, it was impossible to reach the earth king realm at the age of 15 or 16. Hearing such strange news, the three of them were stunned. Perhaps even the most talented genius in the house of Marquichin wouldn't be able to reach the Earth King stage at such a young age. However, Gu Lai's next sentence immediately caused the place to become silent once again. Moreover, Zhuan's mental energy seems to have reached grade 2. Back then, when he fought with Chun Sheng, he revealed his powerful mental energy. Even Chun Sheng could not deal with that kind of mental energy. Clearly, he has reached grade 2, a 16-year-old grade 2 Arcana Master. The ninth commandery princess covered her mouth and muttered to herself in disbelief. Immediately, the three of them turned their heads tacitly and looked at Master Tsang Mu, who was also in a daze. Feeling Lingjiu, the ninth commandery princess, and Su Chang's gaze, Master Tsang Mu smiled bitterly and spread his hands to show that he was not clear. However, his heart was violently shaken by Gu Lai's news. He remembered that Zhuo Wen had only tempered his mental energy for less than a year. In such a short period of time, his mental energy had already reached grade 2. Wasn't this speed and talent a little terrifying? After Master Tsang Mu, the 9 commandery princess, the 9th commandery princess, 9 commandery, young 9 commandery's eyes. The 9th commandery princess's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. She was more and more interested in the young man whom she had never met before. In the Godstone Square, the Ewa family's people were mixed in with the huge crowd. Looking at the arrogant 9th commandery princess and the respectful Guyu Tian in the square, Zhuowen realized that the three people who had suddenly appeared were probably the people from the house of Marquis Qin that Zhuo Xiangding had mentioned. However, he was puzzled. What was so special about this small rattan armor city that attracted the three of them to come here? In the main hall of the governor's mansion, Lingjiu, the 9th commandery princess, and Su Chang were treated as VIPs and sat in the main seats. Guyu Tian, Gu Lai, and Tsang Mu sat in the lower seats. Governor Gu, you should know why we are here. So, I will not beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. The 9th commandery princess, who was sitting in the highest seat, said with a straight face, I would like to hear the details. I only have a smattering of knowledge, and hope that princess will be able to dispel my doubts. Guyu Tian cupped his fists and said in a rather meticulous manner, Rattan Armor City is located above the Annihilation Forest. In the Annihilation Forest, there is a dangerous place called the Heaven's Fiend Dark Eye. You should all know this. The 9th commandery princess paused and glanced at the people in the hall. Then she spoke again. Father, a month ago, he sensed that the heavenly fiend Dark Eye was rioting. Although he didn't know who caused this rioting, it was this rioting that caused the power of the heavenly fiend Dark Eye to weaken by a lot. Due to the weakening of its power, the trace of restriction power within was detected by Lord Father. Thus, Father followed this trace of restriction power and used the limitless heaven and earth secret technique to discover that there was actually an ancient cave dwelling within the heaven fiend Dark Eye. As soon as the 9th commandery princess finished her words, Gui Wetian and the other two people in the main hall suddenly trembled. Ancient cave dwelling? They did not expect that there was an ancient cave dwelling in the heaven's fiend Dark Eye. There were records in ancient books. 10,000 years ago, there were many sects and geniuses everywhere in the heavenly armor continent. There were countless sages among them. Now, there were only a few sages and even some divine-level experts in the divine transformation realm. However, there were vague records in the ancient books. 10,000 years ago, there seemed to have been an earth-shattering catastrophe. As for the details of the catastrophe, it was exceptionally vague. However, after the catastrophe, the entire heavenly armor continent had declined. Countless sages had fallen in the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Countless emperors and marquises had disappeared in the river of time. It was this catastrophe that had caused the martial arts of the entire heavenly armor continent to decline to this extent. Now, even sages were elusive. Therefore, the later generations called the era 10,000 years ago the ancient era, and the era from 10,000 years ago to the present was called the modern era. Almost every warrior in the ancient era had extremely powerful strength. It was said that the strength of their bodies was comparable to that of the powerful meta-beasts. They were blessed by nature. Compared to warriors of the same level, warriors from the ancient era were much stronger than warriors from the modern era. The ancient cave dwellings were mansions opened by the strongest warriors in the ancient era. It was said that these mansions were created by the strong warriors from the ancient era. They used the power of space to open up a space in the void and used it as a place for their own cultivation. Spiritual herbs, spiritual treasures, secret techniques, armor techniques, and many other resources could be found in the cave dwellings. If a warrior only needed to get a few of them, it could be said to be a great adventure. In the Qing Empire, there had been a warrior with mediocre aptitude and ordinary cultivation who had accidentally obtained the secret treasures of the cave dwellings. In a short period of time, his cultivation had broken through repeatedly. His cultivation speed had almost surpassed that of a group of geniuses. From then on, he became the most dazzling young warrior in the entire empire. Such legends were innumerable in the Qing Empire and even the entire eastern lands. It was these legends that caused everyone to scramble for the ancient cave dwelling. However, most of the ancient cave dwellings were located in independent spaces. Moreover, the outside of the ancient cave dwellings were concealed by restrictive spells. Therefore, finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, there was actually an ancient cave dwelling in the vicinity of Rattan Armor City. Even Guyu Tian and Song Mu were shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock. However, after the shock, a trace of joy appeared on their faces. If the news about the ancient cave dwelling was true, then they would have a chance to enter the cave dwelling. If they were lucky, they might even be able to obtain some benefits from it. However, you don't have to be happy too early. There is a layer of restrictive spells outside the ancient cave dwelling. According to my father's estimation, that layer of restrictive spells can only be broken by the strength of an ultimate Emperor Realm warrior. Or perhaps, 3 peak Heavenly King Realm warriors can also break the restrictive spells of the ancient cave dwelling. The 9th Commandery Princess also noticed the strange expressions on the faces of Guyu Tian and the others. She laughed coldly and sneered. Guyu Tian was taken aback. Soon after, he gave a dry laugh as he scratched his head, following which he remained silent. He knew that as the governor of a small, low-grade city, he did not have the slightest authority to speak in front of the 3 of them. However, you can rest assured that if the restrictive spells of the ancient cave dwelling are broken, no one will stop you from entering. Moreover, my father has already estimated that the ancient cave dwelling in the eyes of Tian Shaming should be a deserted ancient cave dwelling. The resources inside should not be as abundant as imagined. Therefore, the ancient cave dwelling will be used as a training ground for the younger warriors of the Marquis residence. The experts of the older generation will not interfere. Next, Marquis Muqin, Marquis Baichuan, and Marquis Yongsheng will send people over again. Other than the 3 marquises of the commandery capital, some other forces may send people over as well. Therefore, Rattan Armor City will be very lively for a period of time. Therefore, Governor Gu, please make more preparations. The 9th Commandery Princess cast a sidelong glance at Guyu Tian. Her pretty face revealed a trace of arrogance as she spoke calmly. Don't worry, Commandery Princess. I will arrange everything well. Guyu Tian clasped his hands and said respectfully. The 9th Commandery Princess nodded slightly. After a few more words, she left the hall with Lingzhu and Su Chong. Under Gu Lai's lead, they went to the rooms that had been arranged for them to rest. Looking at the backs of the 9th Commandery Princess and the other 2, Guyu Tian's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Finally, he sighed softly and said to himself, "It seems that Rattan Armor City will not be peaceful soon. I really did not expect that an ancient cave dwelling would appear in the Annihilation Forest. I really don't know if this is our luck or our misfortune. Now, we can only take one step at a time. After all, this involves the forces of the 3 marquises of the commandery capital. This is not something that we can interfere with. As long as we don't make any moves, we will not get into big trouble." Master Karaki gently patted Guyu Tian's shoulder and said with a sigh. Just as the 2 of them fell into silence, a servant came in from outside the hall. He knelt down and said respectfully, "Sir, young Master Zhuowen wishes to see you." "Zhuowen? Let him in quickly." Guyu Tian and Master Karaki looked at each other and said hurriedly. Chapter 159. Academy of Fine Arts. At the entrance of the hall, a slender figure of a young man slowly walked into the hall. His delicate face was expressionless. Zhuowen greets the city lord and master Sangmu. Kneeling on one knee, Zhuowen bowed slightly and said with a slightly respectful tone, The moment Zhuowen entered the hall, Grandmaster Tsang Mu, who was seated on his seat, appeared in front of Zhuowen in a flash. Then, he gently extended his right hand and placed it on Zhuowen's forehead. At the same time, a tidal wave of mental energy suddenly erupted in the hall. Soon after, it spread throughout the entire hall. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a thick pressure. This spiritual power? Sure enough, he had reached the second rank. Zhuowen, how did you cultivate your spiritual power? How did he advance so quickly? Master Karaki's hands trembled as he gently helped Zhuowen up. His lips trembled as he spoke emotionally. Guyu Tian also sensed the sudden appearance of a strong mental strength in the hall. The strength of this mental strength was indeed at the level of a rank 2 martial artist. Although he had already heard from Gulai that Zhuowen's mental energy had indeed reached rank 2, his heart still trembled violently when he saw it with his own eyes. Everyone knew that the cultivation of mental strength was much more difficult than the cultivation of martial arts. However, the young man in front of him had completely defied common sense. His progress in mental strength was much faster than that of martial arts. Zhuowen scratched his head and smiled shyly. He lowered his head and said, "Actually, I don't know why my spiritual power improved so quickly. I just followed the method you gave me, and as I practiced, I broke through. As for the reason, I don't know." Zhuowen shrugged with an innocent smile on his face, as if he was completely ignorant of the situation. The reason why Zhuowen's spiritual power had advanced so quickly was naturally due to the help of the tyrannical blood and the ice-fire holy symbol. However, these two were secrets that would make people jealous, so Zhuowen naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to tell them everything. He just attributed it to an unintentional breakthrough. You broke through while practicing? When Master Karaki and Guyu Tian heard this, the corners of their eyes involuntarily twitched a few times. In the end, the two of them could only helplessly sigh. At the same time, they defined Zhuowen in their hearts. This young man in front of them was simply a monster. He was a guy who could not be judged by common sense. "Zhuowen, you came to the City Lord's mansion because you have something to ask of me, right? If there's anything you need, just say it. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best to satisfy you." Guyu Tian was, after all, the Lord of City. His ability to read people's expressions was top-notch. He could see that the young man in front of him was worried. It was obvious that he had something to ask of him. As for the reason why Guyu Tian was so forthright, it was because he saw the potential in Zhuowen's body. To be able to become a grade 2 Arcana Master at such a young age, and to be able to defeat a human King Realm cultivator by himself. If he didn't have a good relationship with such a young talent, it could only be said that Guyu Tian's brain was flooded with water. Looking at Guyu Tian's bright smile in front of him, Zhuowen's heart felt warm. Although he knew that Guyu Tian's enthusiasm was very likely related to his previous shocking actions, he didn't believe that with the City Lord's Mansion's intelligence network, he wouldn't be unaware of the dispute between the Zhuo family, the Wang family, and the Chun family. However, before this, Guyu Tian had given him a lot of help, so he remembered this kindness in his heart. Then it's better to accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Actually, my request is very simple. I just wanted to ask about the Excellent Divine Academy. Do you know anything about it? Zhuowen scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Excellent Divine Academy." Grandmaster Karaki and Guyu Tian looked at each other, revealing a strange expression as they spoke in unison. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhuowen was a little curious about Guyu Tian and Grandmaster Karaki's expressions. "Zhuowen, why are you asking about the Excellent Divine Academy? Also, where did you hear about the Excellent Divine Academy from?" Grandmaster Karaki, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth. Zhuowen was startled and could only casually make up a lie, saying that he had accidentally heard about it and was just curious. Grandmaster Karaki and Guyu Tian didn't suspect anything. Actually, it's not a big deal. The Excellent Divine Academy is also a power in the Eastern Lands, but it's also considered a huge existence in the Eastern Lands. It's the second largest power in the Eastern Lands, and its strength is only below the Blue Dragon Hall. However, it said that the Excellent Divine Academy's overall strength isn't inferior to the Blue Dragon Hall, but their high-end strength is a little weaker. That's why they're below the Blue Dragon Hall. Guyu Tian rubbed his chin and said with a solemn expression. Zhuan was shocked. He didn't think that the Excellent Divine Academy's strength would be so strong. Their overall strength was actually not inferior to the Blue Dragon Hall. This was something he hadn't expected. Then if I want to join the Excellent Divine Academy, what are the conditions? Zhuan asked cautiously, but his heart was fiercely clenched. He had to join the Excellent Divine Academy. Not to mention the huge amount of resources, just the fact that they had the Holy Ice Fire Talisman was enough to force Zhuan to join the Excellent Divine Academy. After all, after experiencing the might of the Holy Ice Fire Talisman, Zhuan definitely wouldn't give up on such a powerful method. Join the Excellent Divine Academy? Zhuan, you intend to join the Excellent Divine Academy? Guyu Tian's gaze was once again filled with shock as he stared at the quiet youth in front of him. He couldn't help but ask in a sharp voice. Even Master Karaki's face was filled with shock. Is there a problem? Zhuan's heart skipped a beat, but he still braced himself and asked. From Guyu Tian's expression, he could tell that the conditions to join the Excellent Divine Academy were very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed such a constipated expression. There's a huge problem. Zhuan, I'll tell you the truth. The Excellent Divine Academy is the second largest power in the Eastern lands, and the conditions to join are extremely harsh. The most basic condition is to obtain the strength of a marquis before the age of 30. In other words, you have to reach the ultimate Emperor realm before the age of 30, and this is the lowest requirement. Apart from that, there's also an entrance examination. Even if you meet the most basic conditions, if you don't pass the entrance examination, you still won't be able to enter the Excellent Divine Academy. Now, you can imagine how difficult it is to enter the Excellent Divine Academy. When Zhuan heard this, he was momentarily stunned. He wanted to curse out loud. Weren't the conditions to enter the Excellent Divine Academy a little too perverted? The most basic condition was to reach the ultimate Emperor realm before the age of 30. This kind of cultivator would be considered a super genius in the Qing Xian Empire, but in the Excellent Divine Academy, they were the lowest of the low. Thinking about the perverted conditions of the Excellent Divine Academy, even Zhuan felt a trace of helplessness in his heart. Was this even a condition that a human could pass? Looking at the defeated expression on the youth's face, Master Karaki sighed and said, "The Excellent Divine Academy is a colossus, and it's not something that we can climb up to. Even in the entire Qing Xian Empire, there aren't many who have the qualifications to enter the Excellent Divine Academy. Even if there are, most of them would have been eliminated in the entrance examination. Zhuan, your talent is already considered very high. I believe that if you slowly develop, you will definitely be able to become one of the top experts in the entire Qing Xian Empire. As for the Excellent Divine Academy and the other superpowers of the Eastern lands, they're simply too far away from us." Clenching his fist, Zhuan's gaze instantly became resolute. He looked seriously at Master Karaki and Guyu Tian and said with a faint smile, "Actually, it's not that the Excellent Divine Academy is too far away from us, but that we have set our own position too low. If an ant sets its own position as an ant from the start, then the ant will eventually fade into the crowd. However, if this ant sets its goal as an elephant, then it might be able to create the miracle of many ants biting an elephant to death. And my goal is the elephant that is the Excellent Divine Academy. Whether it's throwing an egg against a rock or overestimating my own strength, having a goal is always better than having no goal. Who knows, maybe I might be able to create a miracle in the end." As he spoke up to hear, Zhuowen's back abruptly straightened as an invisible aura filled the entire hall. It was an aura of confidence within determination. Just as he finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. Master Karaki and Guyu Tian both stared blankly at the figure of an unyielding youth with a straight back. They also did not expect that after the youth heard about the harsh conditions of the Excellent Divine Academy, not only was he not discouraged, but he became even more confident and unyielding. The formless aura of the youth had deeply infected the two people in front of him. They finally understood why the youth in front of them was able to exceed their expectations time and time again, turning the impossible into a possibility. It was because the youth had an unyielding heart and a determination to press forward courageously. What you said is really not bad. I really didn't expect that you would be able to say something so philosophical, even though you look like a teenager who is still wet behind the ears. A crisp voice slowly rang out from the hall. Soon after, a beautiful figure slowly walked in from outside the hall. The ninth Commandery Princess? Master Karaki and Guyu Tian also noticed the sudden appearance of the beautiful figure. When the two of them saw the face of the person who had just walked in, they were both shocked and respectful. A bell-like laughter slowly rang out. The ninth Commandery Princess's bright eyes slightly curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Her somewhat sly gaze directly bypassed Master Karaki and Guyu Tian and stopped directly on the youth's figure in the middle of the hall. Zhuan was also attracted by the laughter. When he stared at the girl in the green dress who had suddenly appeared in the hall, his gaze suddenly became sluggish. The girl in front of him had skin whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. When she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority and did not dare to profane her. However, in that pair of breathtaking, beautiful eyes, there was always a trace of slyness that could not be concealed, which added a sense of spirituality to the girl in front of him. When he first saw the girl in front of him, Zhuan could not help but be attracted by her appearance and temperament. There was a moment of absent-mindedness, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 160. Ninth Commandery Princess. You must be Zhuan. I heard that you're already a second-rank Arcana Master. You look about the same age as me, but you're already a second-rank Arcana Master. Looks like you're quite talented. If I say that I have a way for you to get a place in the Divine Academy, how will you repay me? The ninth Commandery Princess rested her chin on her hand. Her slender fingers stroked her chin slowly. Her bright eyes rolled around as she said with a charming smile, "You were able to help me obtain a place to enroll in the Divine Academy?" Zhuan was taken aback. Soon after, he asked in disbelief. Zhuan did not dare to underestimate the girl in front of him. From his conversation with Guyu Tian, he knew that there were 3 nobles in Rattan Armor City. One of them was the 9th daughter of Marquis Muqin. Her name was LV Jingying, commonly known as the 9th Commandery Princess. From the way Guyu Tian and Tsang Mu addressed each other, Zhuan knew that the girl in front of him was the 9th Commandery Princess. You don't believe me? The 9th Commandery Princess was a little unhappy. She pursed her lips and murmured, "I wouldn't dare. May I know how you can help me get a spot?" The young lady in front of him was of noble status. She was the daughter of a noble family. He did not dare to slight her in the slightest. "Of course I won't lie to you. However, if you agree to be my personal arcanist and join the house of Marquis Qin, I will tell you the way. What do you think?" The 9th Commandery Princess casually fiddled with the loose strands of hair in her bun. Her watery eyes revealed a trace of slyness as she said with a playful smile. Zhuan sneered in his heart as he stared at the girl who was smiling innocently. Although the 9th Commandery Princess looked innocent and cute, she was actually a schemer. The 9th Commandery Princess hadn't even said the solution yet, but she wanted Zhuan to agree to join the house of Marquis Qin. If Zhuan agreed, and the solution the 9th Commandery Princess mentioned was false, then wouldn't Zhuan have to suffer in silence? Zhuan cupped his hands and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I still feel that your Highness should first explain the method and then let me think about it. When the time comes, I will naturally give your Highness an answer. What do you think?" "Oh, do you mean that I would deceive you? Do you think that I, a Commandery Princess, will deceive you, a humble disciple of a small family?" The smile on the 9th Commandery Princess's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a trace of indifference. Within a few sentences, the 9th Commandery Princess in front of him changed her expression faster than a magic trick. This made Zhuan's heart tremble. It seemed that the 9th Commandery Princess, who was about the same age as him, wasn't a simple person, Zhuowen didn't reply. Instead, he raised his head and quietly looked at the ninth commandery princess in front of him. His eyes contained stubbornness and determination, as well as a trace of unyielding momentum. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. Guyu Tian and Master Karaki looked at the ninth commandery princess's beautiful face, which suddenly became cold. They couldn't help but feel cold sweat on their backs. The ninth commandery princess in front of them, regardless of whether it was her identity or status, was not something that they could compare with. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the entire Rattan Armor City couldn't even compare to a finger of the ninth commandery princess. If the ninth commandery princess gave an order, the small Rattan Armor City would completely disappear from the world. Although the two of them were worried about Zhuowen, they didn't dare to interrupt at all. After all, the ninth commandery princess was such an influential person, and she didn't like to be interrupted when she was talking. The strange atmosphere only lasted for a while. Suddenly, the ninth commandery princess, whose beautiful face was full of indifference, covered her mouth and laughed. Her bell-like laughter suddenly filled the entire hall. What a stubborn guy. But I admire stubborn guys like you. You don't have to be so serious. In fact, the method is very simple. Isn't the Vitality Tower battle going to start soon? If you can get into the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle, you can participate in the Battle of the Nine Counties. And if you can stand out in the Battle of the Nine Counties and win the final victory, you could be conferred as a marquis by Emperor Qing. Not only will you be conferred as a marquis, but you will also be recommended by Emperor Qing to enter Jiaxin College. Don't you think it's very simple? The ninth commandery princess giggled. She was still playing with a strand of her hair, but her watery eyes were staring at the young man in front of her. When Zhuowen heard this, he was speechless. The ninth commandery princess in front of him didn't have good intentions. The method she mentioned was equivalent to not having any method at all. In the end, he still had to be conferred as a marquis to be qualified to enter Jiaxin College. However, Zhuowen didn't know that the final winner of the Battle of the Nine Counties, not only would he be conferred as a marquis, but he would also be recommended by Emperor Qing to enter Jiaxin College. Zhuowen knew that the only and fastest way was to participate in the Vitality Tower battle and enter the top 100. Then, he could participate in the Battle of the Nine Counties and become the final winner. Only then would he be able to enter Jiaxin College in a short period of time. Thank you for your reminder, Commandery Princess. It seems that this should be the fastest way to enter Jiaxin College. Zhuowen clasped his hands together and said seriously. Looking at the serious face of a young man in front of her, the teasing expression on the ninth commandery princess's face gradually disappeared. Her beautiful eyes stared at the young man in front of her with a strange look. She said, "You really intend to participate in the Vitality Tower battle and even the Battle of the Nine Counties? You should know that countless geniuses from the entire empire will gather there. To stand out among so many geniuses is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Don't think that just because you are invincible among the younger generation in Rattan Armor City, that all the geniuses in the Qingxian Empire are no match for you. If that's what you think, I'd advise you to give up on the idea of participating in the Vitality Tower battle. Don't lose your life when the time comes. Are you trying to say that I am a frog at the bottom of a well? However, you may have missed a point. The frog at the bottom of the well is short-sighted because he has always been at the bottom of the well. However, if the frog at the bottom of the well jumps out of the well, then he will be able to see a different sky. What I want to do is to jump out of the well and find a higher world. I don't want to stay at the bottom of the well for the rest of my life. Sometimes, at this point, Zhuowen's face suddenly revealed a trace of a calm smile. His smile was calm and indifferent, but his eyes contained a trace of unyieldingness and sharpness. Sometimes, the courage to keep moving forward is more important and precious than a mediocre life. Looking at the young man in front of her who was smiling unyieldingly, the ninth commandery princess suddenly froze. Her smile also froze. She did not expect the young man's answer to be so different. Courage is more precious than life. If this is your true opinion, I am looking forward to your performance. Strength is not just a matter of words. It depends on the real strength of your hands. After muttering to herself, the ninth commandery princess once again let out a tinkling laughter. Then she slowly left the hall, but her clear laughter echoed in the hall. It seems that the ninth commandery princess appeared in the hall this time for you. Even the house of Marquis Qin can't ignore your talent of mental strength. Zhuowen, if you join the house of Marquis Qin, you should be able to get more resources. At that time, your chances of entering the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle will also increase a lot. Gazing at the ninth commandery princess's silhouette, Guyu Tian came to Zhuowen's side and suddenly said. Zhuowen shook his head. The ninth commandery princess was quite scheming. The conversation just now seemed to be simple, but in fact, it was tit for tat. Zhuowen's answer was very clear. That was, he would not join the house of Marquis Qin. Governor, you know my character. I don't like to be bound by restrictions. If I join the house of Marquis Qin, although there are many benefits, there are more restrictions. That's not the life I want. Zhuowen shook his head and said, spreading out his hands. In fact, Zhuowen had something he didn't say in his heart. He had many secrets. If he were to enter Muqin Marquis Mansion, where experts were as common as clouds, the chances of him being exposed would be very high. But you also need to be careful of the ninth commandery princess. Although she seems to be innocent, she is quite scheming. She hates it when people go against her will. Maybe she will give you some obstacles later. But you are a second-grade arcanist, so she won't dare to kill you. Master Kuraki sighed. Apparently, he was familiar with the ninth commandery princess's character. Thank you for your reminder, Master Kuraki. I will be careful. But why did the ninth commandery princess come to Rot-Tan Armor City? I don't think there is anything in Rot-Tan Armor City that the House of Marquis Qin is interested in. Zhuowen nodded slightly, and then asked in confusion. Guyu Tian and Master Kuraki looked at each other. Then, they told Zhuowen about the appearance of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye in the ancient cavern. They did not hide anything from Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's strength was on par with theirs. Naturally, they would not hide these things. An ancient cavern appeared in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Zhuowen was shocked, and then he muttered to himself. According to Guyu Tian, the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye went berserk for some unknown reason a month ago. That was why Marquis Qin of the prefecture capital sensed the restrictive power in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Then he used the infinite heaven and earth secret technique to calculate that there was an ancient cavern in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Zhuowen knew that the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye went berserk because of the commotion caused by him refining the holy ice fire symbol. But of course, Zhuowen was not stupid enough to say this out loud. Recently, many forces from the prefecture capital will come to Rot-Tan Armor City. So, the Zhou family should be more careful. Don't get into conflict with those forces. Otherwise, the Zhou family will be at a disadvantage, Guyu Tian said seriously. Zhuowen nodded slightly, and then said, Governor, the battle for the quota to enter the Vitality Tower in Rot-Tan Armor City should be starting soon, right? How many quotas does our Rot-Tan Armor City have to enter the Vitality Tower? Rot-Tan Armor City only has 3 quotas. With your strength, it should not be a problem to get a quota. The battle for the quota will start in about 3 days. At that time, the other forces in Rot-Tan Armor City will send their top juniors to participate. The location will be in the outskirts of Rot-Tan Armor City. Chapter 161. Ice Fire 3 days passed by like flowing water. In these 3 days, the originally deserted Rot-Tan Armor City had become even more lively. Many unknown factions swarmed into the small Rot-Tan Armor City like locusts. These factions were not native to Rot-Tan Armor City, but had come from the county capital. Whether it was strength or numbers, they were many times stronger than the other factions in Rot-Tan Armor City. As Rot-Tan Armor City became more and more lively, the rumors of the ancient cave mansion also gradually spread. It was this rumor that caused all the warriors in Rot-Tan Armor City to explode. Everyone understood the significance of the ancient cave mansion. The resources within were sufficient to turn a mediocre person into a genius and allow a weak person to become a strong person. Therefore, some of the warriors, who were hoping for a fluke, rubbed their hands together and prepared to enter the ancient cave mansion. On a thick rock at Tianju Cliff, a young man sat cross-legged quietly. The young man gently waved his right hand, and the ice symbol on the back of his right hand emitted an icy blue light. The cold air below Tianju Cliff immediately surged into his right palm. At the same time, the young man patted his chinquin bag with his left hand and took out a fiery red stone. The fiery red surface of the stone emitted a scorching heat. This stone was called a Yang Yuan stone. It contained a strong Yang fire qi. Many warriors who had advanced to the corporeal Yang stage relied on absorbing the Yang fire qi in the Yang Yuan stone to condense their armor. The Yang fire qi in the Yang Yuan stone had reached the common level. The cold air in Tianju Cliff was also at the common level. Therefore, these two types of fire and ice energy were just right for Zhuowen to practice the ice-fire sacred symbol. Yang Yuan stones were not rare items. In Master Tsang Mu's trading center, there was a sufficient reserve of Yang Yuan stones. Therefore, Zhuowen did not hesitate to take away a quarter of Master Tsang Mu's Yang Yuan stones. At that time, when Grandmaster Karaki saw Zhuowen take away so many Yang Yuan stones, his face turned green. Fortunately, Zhuowen's chinquin bag had been replaced with the Tyrant Blood's high-grade chinquin bag. The space inside was much larger than his previous low-grade chinquin bag, which was why he could store so many Yang Yuan stones. After taking out the Yang Yuan stones, Zhuowen's left hand suddenly squeezed. The Yang Yuan stones were instantly crushed, and a surge of flames immediately gushed out. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He carefully controlled the two types of extreme energy in his hands and slowly brought them together. At the same time, Zhuowen had to divide his attention on the ice-fire sacred symbol. The ice-fire holy symbol had an abnormal control over the two energies of ice and fire. This kind of extreme control had unimaginable benefits for the fusion of the two energies. Only when the ratio of the two energies was fixed could the five-colored energy ball be on the verge of exploding. The instant Zhuowen tossed out the energy ball, the critical point of the explosion within the ball would be in an extremely unstable state. When it hit an object, the multicolored energy ball would explode with an extremely terrifying explosive energy. Sizzle. A faint sound slowly rang out. Soon after, strands of sparks leaped out from Zhuowen's hands. Soon after, a muffled thunder-like sound slowly rang out. Zhuowen's hands suddenly intertwined as the two extreme energies in his hands completely fused together. A five-colored energy ball finally slowly floated above Zhuowen's right hand. A rapidly destructive and powerful aura escaped from the energy ball. Phew! After 3 days of hard work, I finally have a preliminary understanding of the ice-fire sacred symbol's fusion secret. In the future, this five-colored energy ball will be called the Ice Fireball. This name is rather appropriate. Zhuowen wiped off a trace of cold sweat on his forehead as he spoke with an excited look in his eyes. Not bad. Based on your current physical fitness, fusing the ordinary level ice and fire energy should be just right for you. If you go one level higher and fuse the mortal level ice and fire energy, I'm afraid that you will end up like last time. When your Yuan power is exhausted, even moving will become a luxury. Moreover, this name that you have obtained is quite good. In that case, let's call it Ice Fire. Xiaohei had appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder at an unknown time. She looked at the five-colored energy ball in his hand and spoke with some satisfaction. Therefore, it is best that you do not merge the Nirvana demon flame within the sacred symbol and the cold aura of the Heaven Fiend Dark unless you are in a desperate situation. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Zhuowen also agreed with Xiaohei's suggestion. I'm afraid that the competition for the spots is about to begin. We should also head over and participate. Zhuowen stared indifferently at the five-colored energy ball in his right hand. With a gentle flick of his right hand, he threw the five-colored energy ball into the endless cold air at the bottom of Absolute Sky Cliff. Immediately, his entire body transformed into a ghost-like illusory figure and disappeared from the spot. Not long after Zhuowen left, an earth-shaking explosion was violently transmitted from the bottom of the absolute sky cliff. Immediately, an endless white, cold chi rushed to the sky from the bottom of the cliff, appearing as though an enormous tornado had been stirred. At this moment, quite a number of people had already gathered in the courtyard in front of the city governor's mansion. Guyu Tian was among them. A man and a woman were standing beside Guyu Tian. The man was wearing white clothes. His demeanor was refined and elegant. The woman was wearing a red dress. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her actions were appropriate and generous. The white-clothed man was Gu Xian, Guyu Tian's eldest son. The woman was naturally Guyu. The two of them stood on the left and right of Guyu Tian. Other than Guyu and Gu Xian, there were also a couple of young men around 20 years of age standing behind Guyu Tian. The expressions of these few young men were calm. Their temples were bulging. Clearly, they were quite strong. On the other hand, Master Karaki stood side by side with Guyu Tian, looking calm and composed. As for Guyu Tian, there was another group of people standing beside him. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a girl in a green dress. The girl had snow-white skin, rosy lips, and rosy cheeks. Her appearance was even prettier than Guyu's. What was more attractive was that the girl in the green dress had a pair of lively eyes. It was as if they were alive, attracting the attention of many people. Princess, Zhuowen doesn't know what's good for him. You have already personally invited him. How could he not appreciate your kindness and refuse to join the house of Marquis Qin? What an arrogant and conceited boy. Why don't we just kill him on the spot? Su Chong, who was wearing a blue robe, stood quietly beside the ninth commandery princess. He gently waved his folding fan and said in a low voice. Yesterday, he had heard that the ninth commandery princess had personally gone to the hall to meet Zhuowen. Although he felt that the ninth commandery princess had made a fuss over a minor issue, what surprised him was that Zhuowen refused the ninth commandery princess's invitation. This was beyond Su Chang's expectation. Since Marquis Muqin was the ruler of the entire Muqin County, his Marquis mansion had unimaginable resources and countless masters. As long as one joined the house of Marquis Qin, no matter if it was status, power, or wealth, they would all be at his fingertips. Countless warriors in the entire Muqin County had tried their best to join the house of Marquis Qin, but failed. Now that the honorable commandery princess had personally invited him, it was the first time that Su Chong had seen someone refuse. That guy is indeed overconfident, but some of his words are quite philosophical. However, that fellow personally rejected my invitation, so I won't let him off so easily. Isn't there going to be a competition for the quota of the entire Rattan Armor City later? In that case, I'd like to see just how capable that fellow is. Speaking of this, the ninth commandery princess's beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a trace of craftiness. She immediately turned to the old man behind her and said, Lingju, take out the purple gold door. Later, I'll be in charge of the competition for the quota of the Rattan Armor City. Zhuowen, that fellow won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Purple gold door? Commandery princess, the purple gold door is the spiritual treasure of the third master. The third master will be here in a few days. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to use the spiritual treasure of the third master without his permission. Lingju's old face revealed a trace of hesitation as he spoke. Humph, it's me who's borrowing it, not you. What are you afraid of? Moreover, the third master loves me. If he's here, he'll definitely borrow it. You don't have to worry about it. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for it. The ninth commandery princess pouted her lips and snorted. Lingju wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. The third master he mentioned was the third son of Marquis Muqin, Lu Yuanhua. It was said that Lu Yuanhua was cold and heartless, and his methods were cruel. Many servants in the house of Marquis Qin were afraid of the third master. However, as the ninth commandery princess had said, the cold and heartless third master loved the ninth commandery princess very much. After thinking for a while, Lingju had no choice but to agree. Immediately, he patted his chinquan bag, and a black shadow appeared in his palm. This black shadow was a palm-sized purple gold door. On the surface of the purple gold door, there was a splendid purple gold door, which looked quite mysterious. After receiving the purple gold door from Lingju's hand, the ninth commandery princess's eyes suddenly turned into crescents. A smile appeared on her face, and a pair of cute little canine teeth could be vaguely seen. She could not help but attract the attention of many people. Not long after the ninth commandery princess received the purple gold door, several figures came into the governor's mansion. As he stared at the few figures that had appeared at the entrance, Guyu Tian's eyes hardened before a glint appeared in his eyes. Soon after, he laughed heartily as he walked in front of the few figures, before he heavily patted the leader's shoulder. "To a family head, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your body is getting stronger and stronger. I also want to congratulate the Zhua family head for successfully reaching the Human King realm. Your Zhua clan's victory over the Wang and Chun clans is well-deserved." These figures were the members of the Zhua family. Zhua Xiaoning stood in the front. Behind him were Zhuowen, Zhua Baitian, and Zhua Dingtian. This time, Zhua Xiaoning did not bring many people. He only brought a few important people. After all, this competition was Zhuowen's own business. The Zhua family could not help much. However, Zhua Xiaoning was full of confidence in Zhuowen. After all, in the battle with the Wang family and the Chun family, Zhuowen's powerful strength had completely conquered the Zhua family. Chapter 162. Ing Shuluazhua, Xiaoning, and Guyu Tian chatted for a while. Then, under the introduction of Guyu Tian, all the members of the Zhua family greeted the ninth commandery princess one by one. However, when Zhuowen passed by the ninth commandery princess, the ninth commandery princess stared straight at him. No matter how thick-skinned Zhua Xiaoning was, he could not stand it. Somehow, Zhuowen could feel that the ninth commandery princess was staring at him like a hunter staring at his prey. Her eyes were full of ridicule and arrogance, which made Zhuowen a little uncomfortable. After arriving at the group behind Guyu Tian, the white-clothed Gu Exin couldn't help but glance at Zhuowen. He had also heard about the recent rumors about Zhuowen, especially the absurd rumor that Zhuowen had actually killed a Human King realm cultivator. Even he was filled with disbelief. Half-stepped to corporeal yang stage, Gu Exin muttered to herself. Her eyes were filled with doubt and doubt. Zhuowen's aura was only at the half-step yang realm. Although he knew that Zhuowen's mind power had reached level 2, could he really kill a Human King realm warrior with such strength? What Gu Exan didn't know was that Zhuowen's main strength lay in the Ice-Fire Saint symbol and the ice and fire energy it contained. That was his ultimate trump card. The moment Zhuowen appeared, Guyu's complicated gaze continuously paused on Zhuowen's body. She had heard of Zhuowen's various feats recently. She did not expect that Zhuowen would actually grow to such an extent after not seeing him for half a year. Zhuowen silently stood at the back of the group with his eyes narrowed, as if he was taking a nap. However, a clear voice quickly sounded beside his ears. "Zhuowen, were you really the one who killed Chun Sheng and Wang Yuanxing?" Tilting his head, Zhuowen happened to see Guyu staring at him with a smile. Slightly stunned, Zhuowen scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, "I was just lucky." In fact, the process at that time was not as exaggerated as the rumors say. Guyu's beautiful eyes moved as she stared at Zhuowen. From Zhuowen's expression, she could see that the young man in front of her didn't want to talk too much about the situation. Therefore, Guyu lowered her eyelids and deliberately avoided the topic. Instead, she chatted with Zhuowen about other things. While chatting, Zhuowen also noticed that Guyu's cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of the corporeal yang realm. However, what shocked Zhuowen even more was that Gu Exan, who had been silently standing beside Guyu Tian, had reached the 9th stage of the corporeal yang realm. Zhuowen remembered that half a year ago, Gu Exan seemed to be at the half-step corporeal yang realm. In just half a year, her cultivation had actually jumped so many levels. This made Zhuowen see the foundation of the City Lord Mansion once again. From this, it could be seen that Guyu Tian had invested a lot in Gu Xin. Guyu Tian, who was in front of the group, also saw that everyone had arrived. Therefore, he shouted and led the group towards the outskirts in a grandiose manner. 10 miles away from Rot Tan Armor City, there was a rather remote open space. The open space was a deserted field with weeds growing in it. However, the area was quite large. In these 3 days, Guyutian had already sent people to cut the weeds in the open space and built a large arena on the open space. The arena was built with hard bluestone. There were 2 in each direction, making a total of 8 arenas. They were placed on the open space and looked rather neat and mighty. At this time, many warriors had already gathered around the arena. Among them, there was no lack of mercenaries. After all, there were quite a number of mercenaries in Rattan Armor City. The warriors gathered around the arena were basically the local forces of Rattan Armor City. As for the forces from the commandery capital, they naturally had no interest in this kind of competition for the quota in Rattan Armor City. Therefore, the 9th Commandery Princess and the others were probably the only forces from the commandery capital who were willing to come and watch the competition for the quota. When Guyutian and his group appeared on the open space, many warriors at the scene discussed animatedly and took the initiative to open a path for them. Around the arena, there was a high platform that had been temporarily set up. There were many empty seats on the high platform. Guyutian led the group to the high platform and took their seats as they began to wait for the other participating factions to arrive. Seated on the high platform, Zhuan sized up the surrounding martial artists. When he discovered that the martial artists around him were of varying strengths, he narrowed his eyes in a disinterested manner and closed them to rest his mind. However, this kind of rest did not last for long. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of rushing wind was heard. Then, a few figures appeared on the high platform. There were only 4 people in this group, and the leader was an old man with white hair and beard. However, the old man had a kind and benevolent smile on his face, which made people feel that this old man was amiable at first glance. Although the old man's smile was quite amiable, the aura on his body was as vast as the ocean. This aura had already surpassed the peak of the corporeal yang stage. Zhuan could feel that the old man's aura was even stronger than his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding. It was not much different from the dead Lu Qingshang. Advanced Human King Realm. Zhuan's pupil shrank. He did not expect that the leader of the force that had just appeared was already at the Advanced Human King Realm. This surprised Zhuan. It seemed that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Rattan Armor City. That is the head of the Huban sect, Hu Shao. The Huban sect is an extremely powerful force in Rattan Armor City. Their overall strength is only slightly weaker than the City Lord Mansion. As Zhuan was observing the old man, Guyutian's voice sounded from behind him. Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes wandered and looked at the black-haired young man behind the old man. The young man's appearance was rather rough. He was tall and burly. The muscles on his body were like coiled roots. He looked quite terrifying. That is the head disciple of the Huban sect's head, Hu Shao. Hu Wuying. I heard that this person has inherited Hu Zhao's true teachings. His cracking tiger racing fist has reached perfection. I'm afraid his strength has reached the 9th grade of the corporeal yang stage. After introducing the old man, Guyutian did not forget to introduce the burly young man behind the old man. As Zhuan stared at the black-haired young man, the latter seemed to sense it and tilted his head. His gaze met with Zhuan's. Immediately, a humming sound that resembled a monstrous roar swept across Zhuan's mind. This tiger roar was not executed by the black-haired young man. Instead, it was an aura that was involuntarily released from his body after he cultivated the cracking tiger racing fist to the extreme. Zhuan's expression was calm, and his body did not move. When the roaring aura approached him, a pervasive cold air flashed across Zhuan's eyes and easily canceled out the aura emitted by the black-haired young man. Oh, interesting. A warrior who is half a step to the corporeal yang stage can actually cancel out the aura of the cracking tiger racing fist. Moreover, this fellow doesn't seem to be strained at all. The aura dissipated. A trace of surprise flashed across the black-haired young man's eyes as he spoke with a smile. A warrior who is half a step to the corporeal yang stage can actually cancel out the aura of your fist. Interesting. Looking at the position that kid is standing, he should be one of the contestants sent by the city governor's mansion. It seems that the city governor's mansion is getting worse year by year. They actually sent a kid who was half a step to the corporeal yang stage to participate in the slot competition. The white-haired old man, Hu Xiao, also noticed the small friction between Hu Wuying and Zhuowen. He stroked his white beard and said with a faint smile. The black-haired young man, Hu Wuying, nodded slightly. He immediately focused his gaze on Gu Xian, who was standing in front of Zhuowen. He calmly said, "It seems that the strong opponent this time should be Gu Xian. Judging from her aura, she should have reached the corporeal yang stage 9. Following the arrival of the human sect, other forces in Vine Armor City also arrived. However, these forces' foundations were obviously much weaker than the human sects. None of the leaders were above the corporeal yang stage, and the strength of the juniors they brought was uneven. Zhuowen even saw a few contestants who were only at the Yin Void stage. It was obvious that these forces were only here to make up the scene. At the same time, they also wanted to see the slot competition. With the arrival of many forces, the entire open space became more and more lively. There were also many people sitting on the high platforms around the arena. Just as the liveliness reached its peak, another violent sound of breaking wind rang out from afar. Soon after, 3 figures appeared proudly on the high platform. However, the moment these 3 figures appeared, the scene suddenly fell into a brief silence. Even Guyu Tian, who was standing in front of Zhuowen, was silent. His gaze was fixed on the 5 figures that had just appeared. The attentive Zhuowen even noticed that when these 5 figures appeared, Guyu Tian's body suddenly trembled, as if his body had been pushed by someone. Zhuowen was a little puzzled by Guyu Tian's abnormal behavior. Hence, he focused his gaze on the 3 figures that had just appeared on the high platform. The leader of the 3 figures was a middle-aged man in a long black robe. His eyes were cold and gloomy. A cold aura, like that of winter in the 12th lunar month, spread out from the middle-aged man's body. The moment this aura spread out, the entire arena fell into a gloomy and cold atmosphere. Feeling the gloomy and cold aura from the middle-aged man, Zhuowen's pupils involuntarily shrank. He could feel that the aura from the middle-aged man's body was even stronger than Hu Xiao from the Tiger Bend sect. It was obvious that the middle-aged man in front of him was a perfect human king stage expert. He only needed a moment of enlightenment to reach the Earth King stage, which was the realm that the number 1 expert in Rattan Armor City, Guyu Tian, was currently at. The sect leader of the Yin Sifting sect, Ing Shuelo, Guyu Tian's gloomy voice slowly spread out around the arena. His gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man in the black robe who had just appeared. Hee. So it's Guyu Tian. Every time there is a slot battle, you come so early. However, I'm afraid that you will return disappointed again. Ing Shuelua's gloomy and cold eyes stared at Guyu Tian as his cold laughter rang out. Ing Shuelua, don't you think it's too early to be happy? Don't let your joy turn to sorrow. Guyu Tian smiled faintly, but his gaze became increasingly unfriendly. Chapter 163. The battle for the quota Gu. You seem to have noticed the confusion on Zhuowen's face and patiently explained. These 3 people belong to the Yin Sifting sect. Although the Yin Sifting sect is not located in the main city of Rattan Armor City, its strength is almost the same as the City Lord Mansion. If not for the fact that the Yin Sifting sect master Ing Shuo's cultivation is slightly weaker than Father's, the Yin Sifting sect could even surpass the City Lord Mansion. Moreover, in the previous battle for the quota, the City Lord Mansion and the Yin Sifting sect suffered a loss. As a result, the City Lord Mansion did not occupy a single quota, while the Yin Sifting sect occupied 2. Also, you have to be careful. The Yin Sifting sect has always been at odds with the City Lord Mansion. In the competition later, it is very likely that they will target the people from the City Lord Mansion. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect the Yin Sifting sect, which had just appeared, to have such a strong background. Its strength was actually not much different from the City Lord Mansion. Moreover, in the previous battle for the quota, the City Lord Mansion had suffered a loss at the hands of the Yin Sifting sect. While frowning, Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly and gathered on the 2 people behind Ing Shuela. He knew that these 2 people should be the disciples sent by the Yin Sifting sect this time. The The two of them were a man and a woman. However, what made Zhuowen feel a little strange was that the man's fingers were pinched together like an orchid and his cheeks were smeared with crimson rouge. As his gaze swept across, he actually revealed the posture of a little girl. If this posture was revealed on a young girl, perhaps it would be a pleasing scene. However, the person in front of him was a genuine man. This caused Zhuowen's heart to be filled with strange emotions. The woman beside the effeminate man was the exact opposite. She was tall and strong, and her thigh-like arms were even more muscular. At this moment, her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and she had an expression of resting with her eyes closed. With Gu Yu's introduction, Zhuowen also learned the names of these two somewhat strange combinations. The effeminate man was called Ying Xianghua, and the woman was called Ying Hualan. Both of them were the biological children of Ying Xue and were geniuses that Ying Xuelua had cultivated from a young age. Although the combination of these two was a little strange, the aura they revealed made Zhuowen's heart. This was because their cultivation was not the slightest bit inferior to Gu Xian's, which meant that they were both ninth-stage corporeal yang. It seemed that the Yin sifting sect strength was not inferior to the City Lord mansions. It was not for nothing they were able to cultivate two ninth-stage corporeal yang cultivators at the same time. And Xuelua Gu's. Dong Dong. Not long after the Yin sifting sect's arrival, a few more forces landed on the high platform. However, the remaining forces were clearly much weaker than the City Lord's mansion, the Huban sect, and the Yin sifting sect. Zhuowen knew that the 3 spots for this competition would be decided by these 3 forces. When all the factions had arrived, Gu Tian also stood up from the high platform. As the number 1 practitioner in Rot Tan Armor City, and also the City Lord of Rot Tan Armor City, he was naturally the one in charge of the competition for the quotas. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a silver bell-like laughter resounded across the entire empty ground. City Lord Gu, why don't you let me preside over this competition? This bird-like laughter immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the open space. Immediately, everyone's gaze focused on the girl in a green dress at the top of the high platform. Princess, this doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules. After all, this is Rot Tan Armor City. Before Gu Tian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the 9th Commandery Princess. The 9th Commandery Princess put her hands on her hips and curled her cherry lips. Are you looking down on me? Seeing the 9th Commandery Princess's attitude, Gu Tian could only helplessly nod his head and say, since the 9th Commandery Princess wants to preside over this competition, I naturally have no objections. Seeing that Gu Tian had agreed, the 9th Commandery Princess's lips curled into a charming smile. However, many forces in the open space began to discuss spiritedly. Among them, the leader of the Huban sect, Hu Xiao, and the leader of the Yin sifting sect, Ying Xue, were not looking at the girl in the green dress. Instead, they were looking at the white-haired Lingju behind her. They could feel that the Lingju was emitting an inexplicably powerful aura. That aura was even more powerful than Gu Tian's. Coupled with the way Gu Tian addressed the girl, they knew that these people must be the forces from the prefecture capital that had caused a stir in the past few days. Although the Huban sect and the Yin sifting sect had some guesses about the forces behind the 9th Commandery Princess and thus did not dare to act rashly, the other forces were obviously not as far-sighted as the 2 forces. Soon, one of the forces stood up. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the 9th Commandery Princess with disdain. He sneered and said, "Where did this little girl come from? Do you think we must let you preside over the competition just because you said so? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Perhaps it would be more practical for you to warm my bed." At this point, the middle-aged man stared at the 9th Commandery Princess with a hint of lust in his eyes. Obviously, he was thinking of something bad. However, after the middle-aged man finished his words, he felt that something was wrong. The originally dense crowd had unknowingly moved away from him, as if they were avoiding the plague. Zhuowen looked at the middle-aged man, who was not far away, with pity. This middle-aged man was obviously not well informed. He did not even know the identity of the 9th Commandery Princess. Moreover, This man was not very smart. Just now, Guyu Tian had called the ninth commandery princess. How could he not know that the ninth commandery princess was not an ordinary person? It seemed that the idiom pig-like teammate referred to this kind of person. On the high platform, the smile on the ninth commandery princess's face became brighter like a blooming rose. Her watery eyes stared at the middle-aged man who still did not know what was going on. She smiled faintly and said, "It has been a long time since someone said such rude words to me. Now that I think about it, it is a bit strange. Princess, how should we deal with this man?" Lingju, who was behind her, stood up slowly. She stared at the middle-aged man emotionlessly as if she was looking at a dead man. Break his limbs, throw him into a pigsty, and keep him there for 49 days. Then kill him. The ninth commandery princess still had a bright smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Lingju nodded slightly and raised her right hand slightly. For spiral-like Yuanli cyclones shot towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not even know what was going on. He could only watch as the four cyclones ruthlessly shot towards his four limbs like merciless blades. He only felt an intense pain coming from his four limbs. Soon after, he involuntarily fell backwards. His protruding eye sockets could clearly see that his limbs had been separated from his body. A miserable shriek slowly spread throughout the empty space. Many people who heard it felt a sense of horror in their hearts. The middle-aged man, whose limbs had been cut off, was already half a step away from the Zhao King realm. However, Lingju, who was on the high platform, only moved her fingers and easily broke his limbs. At the same time, two soldiers carried the middle-aged man away according to the ninth commandery princess's instructions. They must have sent him to the pigsty nearby. On the high platform, Zhuowen could not help but feel a chill in his heart as he looked at the girl who had ordered to break the man's limbs without even blinking her eyes. Although the young lady in front of him was about the same age as him, the coldness and scheming that she displayed caused Zhuowen to feel a chill in his heart. It seemed that none of the children of marquises were simple. The ninth commandery princess seemed to have noticed Zhuowen's gaze. She tilted her head and stared at Zhuowen with her watery eyes. Her snow-white face revealed a playful smile, as if the order to break the man's limbs had nothing to do with her. After the shock just now, the atmosphere in the open space suddenly became strange. Many people stared at the girl on the high platform and the Lingju behind her with fear. Now, who still has a problem with me being the host of this competition? If there is, just say it. I will accept it with an open mind. The ninth commandery princess smiled brightly again and said with a playful wink. However, the Lingju behind her suddenly straightened her body. An extremely heavy aura suddenly burst out from her body. Like a mountain, it heavily pressed down on the open space. Many people could not help but kneel down under this pressure. Their breathing became extremely rapid. The strength of the peak of the Heavenly King stage. Hu Xiao, the leader of the Tiger Bend sect, and Ying Shuo, the leader of the Yin Sifting sect, felt the powerful aura from the Lingju, and their pupils shrank. Although they had some guesses about the Lingju on the high platform, they did not expect that the Lingju's cultivation had reached the peak of the Heavenly King stage. This kind of strength was not only in Tongjia City, but even in the commandery capital, she was not weak. Looking at the silent crowd, the ninth commandery princess nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since no one has any objections, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Since I am the host of this competition, then the competition will be carried out according to my rules. Therefore, in the first round of the competition, there is no need to fight one-on-one. It is better to have a great battle royale. Of course, this kind of battle royale is a competition between the forces of each force as a whole. Only the three forces who survive in the end are qualified to fight for the final 3 places." Speaking of this, the ninth commandery princess nodded to the Lingju behind her. Immediately, the Lingju stepped lightly on the ground. Her whole body was like a vigorous eagle as she flew toward the arena in the open space. The moment she flew, a powerful Yuan power burst out from her body. 8 huge Yuan power palms suddenly condensed from her back. The 8 yuan power palms swept in all directions and grabbed the 8 bluestone arenas in the open space. Then, with a fierce tug, the 8 arenas suddenly gathered together in midair under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Boom! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.